Victor Purton here from the Centre for Optimism. This is the video from the Future Voices Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit 2020. It's our raw video, it's not documentary quality, but it captures the essence of the conversations that took place on this wonderful day in September 2020.
Look, good morning, everyone. Woman Jekka, welcome to the third Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit. The theme for the summit today is young people leading with optimism through the pandemic and beyond. And I want to welcome you as you join us from many different schools. And this year, as we're Zooming it, also from several different nations. Now, I'm Marg Hepworth. I'm the founder of the Gandhi Experiment, and I'm your MC for this morning. And I'll be leading you through what I'm sure will prove to be an exciting, informative, and motivating morning. Nelson Mandela told us that we all need to rise above our own expectations of ourselves. Not the expectations of our parents, nor our classmates, not of our work colleagues, but the expectations we place upon ourselves. Mandela was challenging us to step up, to do more, to be more. And this is exactly what today is all about. So in listening to some remarkable speakers who are experts in their fields, we want to find ourselves taking on the challenge to step up. I wonder if you know the South African concept of Ubuntu, if anyone has heard of that before. I know there's many here today who do know. Ubuntu is a South African word meaning humanity, or more beautifully put, I am because we are. It's the belief in a universal bond of sharing that connects all humanity. And I know that I believe in that bond. Now, the Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit is brought to you by Future Voices, who work in collaboration with the Nelson Mandela Foundation of South Africa. And today it's partnered by the Gandhi Experiment and the Centre for Optimism. Future Voices primarily works out of Shepparton and has created some remarkable programs working with diverse multicultural communities and particularly helping young people forge a strong pathway forward in their lives. Excitingly, Future Voices has been granted permission to open the Nelson Mandela Learning Centre in Shepparton. And we look forward to the day when they can showcase the life of Mandela and bring this powerful learning into more and more people's lives. Now, our speakers for today, I told you we have this incredible lineup. We have Victor Purton, who you've all sort of met now, who is the Chief Optimist Officer of the Centre for Optimism. Ken Murray is the principal of the Greater Shepparton Secondary College, the Wanganui Park campus. Dr. Kenny is with us. He's a board member of Future Voices. Aaron Mashano, who is a young leader. He's the CEO of Leader of Tomorrow. Andrew Cumston is the director of the Victoria State Office Department of Foreign Affairs of the Australian Government. And Michael Klein, who is the USA Consul General in Melbourne. Dr. Amanda Caples is Victoria's lead scientist. Karen Sobels is president of the Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We are in for a big morning, people. We have with us Dr. Apollo, the chair and members of the board of Future Voices. Jada, I would love to invite you now to do something very important for us all, and this is to share the welcome for country.
Rupa Galka Anganya Nara Nawu Wumaraman Bangarang Kalitaban Moira Yalapna Kwat Kwat Yalaba Yalaba Ingalium Iliang Rung Yota Yota Waka Muma Bengala Bome Inga Wutaningalan Waka Ganya Wuta Naranahana. Welcome, friends. You're upon Yoda land. Take pleasure in our land, respect all you see.
Thank you, Jada. That was wonderful. And I'm going to tell you that is the first time I have actually heard the welcome to country in
Language, yeah.
Yeah, well done. It's stunningly beautiful. And even though we may not understand every word, we feel what you are saying. And I think this speaks to the heart and soul of this country, right? And the respect. So thank you so much for beginning.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you. Let's keep going. The Centre for Optimism tells us that there's a huge groundswell for change right now. They don't call it the new normal, they call it a better normal. And whilst we are living in unsettling and unusual times, COVID-19 has given many of us plenty of quiet days, bringing upon us a global pause. And amid the fear and sometimes frightening consequences, we've also been privy to a world of change when humans are sent to their rooms, when nature is flourishing. Now, COVID-19 has given us time to think, where do we see the turns in the path of humanity? People are saying they want more kindness, more equity, more justice, but not only for humans, respect for all. And I think that's what the Welcome to Country speaks of, respect for all, for others, for self, for our planet. So how do we bring these human attributes into our political, economic, and societal systems to elicit real change? Now, we're no longer simply talking about a need for change. We all know why we need to change. It's time for action. So how will you be part of the change? How will we collectively co-create this dream into a reality? So as we've heard, we have this incredible lineup of speakers who will help us unpack ideas so we can more clearly see our future shaping before us, and you can feel more confident about your role for positive change in our world. Each speaker will speak for about 7 minutes, and then we'll move into breakout groups where you'll be asked to reflect on what you've heard and shape questions to ask the speaker to tease out even more useful information from them. This is your time to think and deeply and engage. So take this opportunity whilst we have these speakers with us. We'll go to Ken. Now Ken is the principal of Greater Shepparton Secondary College, Wanganui, I'm saying that properly, Park Campus. And Ken will share with us lessons for the future, the impacts and implications of the Nelson Mandela legacy. Now, at the end of 2020, at the end of this year, Ken will be retiring. I wonder if he's retiring because of 2020. No, he's been in 40 years of service in education. That in itself is just remarkable, Ken. We'd love to hear from you now. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mark. And you did a very good job with the Wanganui pronunciation as well. Look, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. And yes, they are in unusual times. So here we are, I'm looking at a screen, and I just noted I've put in an early nomination for the most boring background. Sorry about that. But at least you won't be distracted by anything back there. And I would much rather be in a personal space with you or sharing a personal connection, but clearly these are the times that we're in, and we'll absolutely make the best of it and look forward with positivity to a better future. So I've been asked to provide some insight into what I believe our young leaders might need now and in the future, and also to reflect on some of my leadership journey. If I could give you each one gift that would help make a difference to your life and to help shape that life. I'm talking to the young people here. It wouldn't be a new phone. It wouldn't be a new car for those of you who have just turned 18 and are ready to hit the roads, but it would be a gift of optimism. And that gift of optimism would change and would shape your life. And when you combine that with something we talk about a lot in schools, the quality of resilience, so these two intertwined really are such powerful tools. Because I think where people, where there's a problem, there is a solution. Where there is a challenge, there is an opportunity, and where there is darkness, there is sunshine ahead. We're here as part of the Nelson Mandela Youth Summit, and here's one of the most quoted men of all time, And one simple quote of his, which I quite enjoy, keep one's head pointed toward the sun, one's feet moving forward. They're very simple words, but what a powerful message, because it describes progress and commitment, determination and hope for the future. So for me personally, when I reflect back on my leadership development, I was probably influenced as a young person by sport. I started at this school 38 years ago. We've slightly exaggerated there, but 38 is close to 40. 38 years ago at this school as a phys ed teacher. And before that, as a young man, and before that as a boy, one of the things I really enjoyed doing was to be involved in sport. And I think my participation in sport helped a lot. I thought I was just playing for fun, as you guys are doing now when you're involved in sport. But what you're doing when that's happening is that you're forming some really good traits that will take you onto leadership. And they're things around teamwork and commitment, supporting others, leaning on others, taking risks, and ultimately in that package of leadership. So we don't play because of that, but I think there's some of the things that come from the other involvements that we have in our lives. I was lucky enough to be given opportunities to lead in sport, and I'm sure this has translated to my career. I certainly didn't aspire to be a principal in the early stages of my career. I was very happy doing what I was doing, working with the kids, spent a lot of time out on the ovals and sporting fields nearby here. But as time went on, opportunities and doors opened, and I chose to step through those. It doesn't always come naturally. When I think back to myself as a child and my primary and secondary education, if there were times where speeches need to be delivered or oral presentations, I'd be the kid running to the back of the line. And by the time it got to my turn in 3 days' time or whatever it was, my anxieties were through the roof to the point where I could barely speak. So, bit by bit, developing confidence to take a chance, to trust yourself, and to overcome any fears, I think is incredibly important. When that is underpinned with an optimistic outlook, rather than thinking this will be a disaster, I think, this might work out okay. I think that's really important. So I encourage you young people that are tuning in today to do the same, to take a chance, to have confidence, knowing that yes, you'll make mistakes, but this is how we learn, this is how we develop. And you never know, you might surprise yourself where you end up. As far as the young people listening today, not a lot of young people consider themselves just yet as leaders. You're developing that, and some of you might think, oh, look, I'm not a leader, someone else can do that. But you can do this. You mightn't think you have what it takes, but you do have what it takes. I've seen such a shift in youth leadership over the duration of my career, and it's a really positive one, I believe. So in the earlier part of my career, I think our leaders were elected, and they were good people, they were good role models, and they carried out their tasks as directed by others more senior. As we move into a new era, though, of youth leadership, what I'm seeing are some of the following qualities. These people are now actively involved. They're far more active. They bring a range of their ideas and enthusiasm and attributes to the discussion. So factors and qualities like creativity and curiosity. Young people prepared to ask questions, but also prepared to listen. Young people with imagination, young people with vision, people prepared to take risks that are calculated, a self-belief that they actually can make a difference and they can create change, and underpinning and underlying all of that is that framework of optimism and resilience. I think that whether you're younger or older, one of the key things that you can do is help to bring people together and to maximise the collective talents. So you look at different skills and qualities that people will bring to a situation, and to be able to tap into that, knowing that the sum of those parts is greater than the individual. As Mark said, I really hope you get involved today. It's not about sitting and listening for 2 hours. It's very much about interacting, about questioning, about challenging, about brainstorming, and thinking of what a better future might look like and how you can impact on that change. I'd like you, if you can at least take one thing, hopefully more, but just take one thing from this summit today and go off and make a difference with it and turn that thought into some action. Whether that be for yourself, for others, for those in Shepparton or all around the world, wherever you may be. Think big, And remember those words. Keep one's head pointed toward the sun, one's feet moving forward. Thanks very much for the opportunity today.
Thank you so much. And I realise everyone is muted, Ken, but they're all clapping like crazy. And if you can use those reaction buttons to show Ken, thank you, to show Ken your appreciation. Beautiful. Thanks for leading us in like this, because, and your reference to optimism over and over, it's so important. We're going to learn more about that as we travel. And I love this, take one thing, just take one thing away and then actually implement it in your life. That's fantastic. And if there was one gift Ken could give us, it would be optimism combined with resilience. Ken, you told us there's a solution to every problem. So the problems we're facing right now, there is a solution to every problem. I want people to be very, very aware of that. In the chat, while you were talking, Renee wrote, we are all leaders of self. Now, I love that. If you are have an Indian background, you will know the phrase inner swaraj, inner governance, inner respect of yourself, and then how you bring that out to everyone else. Now, Mandela had that inner swaraj, right? Thanks, Ken, for kicking us off. We're going to now invite, I think we do have Aaron on board now. Aaron Machano is, as I told you already, a remarkable young man. He's worked with Future Voices. He is the CEO of Leader of Tomorrow, and he's speaking to us from Bali about Future Voices and his own experience of youth leadership. So Aaron, welcome to the stage.
All right, thank you so much. Can you guys hear me here?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, beautiful. I apologize for the inconvenience. Bali is one of those great places with great internet or no internet at all, nothing in between. So I appreciate the opportunity. All right, great. So everyone can hear me. Okay, good. So yeah, thanks for the invitation there. And before I kick off, I just wanted to maybe start off by having some special thanks for the amount of amazing people that I've come to meet here. And we've had a lot of meetings. I think some of you leaders, maybe later I'll get a chance to answer some questions on how I got here. But I think the biggest part is always, hopefully you guys can take some notes, is being aware that there's a great African proverb that says, if you see a turtle, mango tree, just know that it never got there by itself. And in true fashion, for me, I'm here because of these amazing people that got this event started. And some of these people I've known for over 20 years now. So when I was 18, I started my journey and they've guided me. So I'd like to start by first welcoming the guests and the speakers and to young people's leading with optimism through this pandemic and beyond. And hopefully we'll share some insights on how you guys can become not just leaders through the pandemic, but use it as an opportunity to become better, stronger, and wiser. And so, special mention to these people that got me up on the mango tree, board members of Future Voices led by Dr. Polo. Special thanks to Victorian Government, Department of Premier and Cabinet for sponsoring this event. That's been amazing. The collaborating partners like March, Center for Optimism, Gandhi Experiment, Nelson Mandela Foundation in South Africa, local businesses there. I think people like Printwork, Rob Priestley, Director of Goach Linen and Garment Services. I hear there's a lot of private business also supporting this event. And guys, if you're tuning in, it's really, really important. I'm an entrepreneur to understand that you can make very meaningful contributions through starting your own business. So maybe there'll be more of that about that. And some government bodies that I've heard are really exciting. I knocked on some of these doors when I was in Australia, like the US Consulate of Melbourne, South Africa High Commission, Department of Foreign Affairs, Australia Federal Government, Greater Shepparton City Council. I remember speaking in one of the buildings at the front steps there. I think the MP is also present. I can't see, there's 140 plus people here, but Wendy Lavelle, Northern Victoria MP there, Suzanne Sheed, I think, member of for Shepparton. And some of the colleges I actually visited. I don't know if there's any students there from La Trobe University. I did a speech there sometime back. Shepparton Notre Dame College, JV Grammar School, Greater Shepparton Secondary College, and Shepparton Christian College as well. So I really wanted to start off by kicking off to talk about these kind of bodies, not just to give tribute and say thank you, but I think for you guys as young people, if you're connected and you're starting off your journey in the leadership aspect with positive optimism, is be very optimistic about connecting with organizations such as these, because they are there to help you. And too often we're too scared to step in, because we think that successful people won't help us, but in actual fact, they're the people that are really eager to hear from you and learn from you. So a very, very big thank you to all the other guys that have been supporting this thing. And so I guess introducing Future Voices, one of the biggest things I find, I was a refugee asylum seeker myself, is, building peace and harmony through trying to eradicate poverty and sustainability. I think some of these things really boil down to having a good education foundation, having awareness on humanitarian rights, and just also hopefully having a passion, you guys, for working with organizations like Future Voices, because without your voices, without having a sincere approach to having courageous leadership, as I call it, some of these barriers just are never going to go down. And we all know through current times that some things have come to the surface, but some people are still not speaking up. So love to give a big gratitude and I guess a welcome to introducing Future Voices work, because through these organizations, I too was one of those people that was molded, supported, and I really feel like through education is one of the biggest contributors to helping a person make an impact in a community. So wanted to introduce the Future Voices Foundation with that. And then lastly, the Nelson Mandela mission or vision in Australia it's a youth leadership summit. I think bringing people together like this is not easy online, but again, someone has to do it. And I feel like if you're working with organizations like the Nelson Mandela mission, particularly this year, you're not only trying to connect with you guys in Australia, you can see I'm in Bali, there's a few people all over the world. This is one of the best foundations to be connected to, because you have an opportunity now, not just to meet people locally, but you can then connect with other people such as myself and others around the world, where you can network with young people and actually start to share not just ideas, but I hope skills over time, because these are the things that are going to move us forward. So yeah, very, very excited about that. So I think just to wrap up, I didn't want to talk too much about myself and my business. I feel I'm more of a product of places like Nelson Mandela Mission and Future Voices. But I feel like just a short story, when I worked with Rashidi, he would tell you, he was one of the few people that actually lent me a bit of money to go register my business called Leaders of Tomorrow, because I had a passion to work with refugee youth and asylum seekers who were stuck in in prison. And I found that they couldn't get jobs because of not just the barriers of language and literacy, but they had criminal records. So when I went and worked with them, the only alternative they had was to actually create their own careers. And that got me started into helping them with enterprise. So I'd like to finish by saying that, my interest here is to hopefully be an example to share that you guys can do something great, but it does take working together. And this is really one of the biggest pushes I've seen around the world, is any youth organization, any leadership organization, is the ability to share ideas, share skills, and don't try and reinvent the wheel, because, together we can complete each other and we don't have to compete. So that's pretty much me in a nutshell. I hope I've said enough, and I can't thank you guys enough for inviting me here, and thank you to the people that made this happen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Aaron. Again, can we see all those lovely reactions there? People are cheering even though they can't hear you.
Look,
Aaron has spoken, it's about teamwork, isn't it? I love that quote. If you see a turtle in a mango tree, you know that it did not get there by itself. And that goes for the Mandelas of this world, doesn't it? The Gandhis, the Mother Teresas, none of them got there on their own. It's all about teamwork, and that's what you're telling us. But that's incredible what you're doing for those young people who need that help. And it's in the chat here. Jada Welsh has said, Aaron brought up a really good point. Those who are in leadership as well as helping positions are here to help you. They want to help you. So, be prepared to ask for that help. Thanks, Aaron. That was really well. And we'll hear more from Aaron and Ken as we go through. Right now, we have a very special video to share with you. And this is from His Excellency, Mr. Martinez van Schalkwijk, the High Commissioner for Republic of South Africa in Australia.
I'm optimistic about the future because I have an unshakable belief in human ingenuity. the ability to be innovative, to be creative. Good day. I want to commend Mr. Rashidi Sumaili for keeping President Nelson Mandela's name and legacy alive. And so much better if that investment is in the lives of the younger generation. I'm optimistic about the future because I have an unshakable belief in human ingenuity, the ability to be innovative, to be creative. We are at a very difficult place at the moment, but it is not the first time that as the human race, we are where we are now. After the flu pandemic in the 1918s, we were despondent, but the human race responded by being creative, innovative, accepting the challenges. And the result was the roaring 20s, economies growing, new innovations. We have the same challenge now. The challenge for the younger generation is to provide leadership, to accept the responsibility to be leaders, be it in the economy, politics, education, community work. There are challenges all over. One of the best definitions that I have ever heard of leadership is that leadership is the ability to be on your way somewhere, to know where that somewhere is, but also have the ability to convince people to join you on that journey. When I was a young person, our country, South Africa, was still divided. We had a policy of apartheid. Black people and white people were divided, separate residential areas, separate schools, almost no contact. And in the 1980s, when I was a student, I accepted the responsibility to challenge this conventional wisdom. And I led a number of delegations made up by white students to meet with the black students, not only in South Africa, but also with the liberation movements, which at that stage were banned from the country. And I have no doubt that in a small way, that contributed to a better understanding in our country. I also had the privilege in serving in our first democratic parliament from 1994. Well, I was there for 25 years, but for the first 5 years, I served there with Mr. Nelson Mandela as our first democratic president, the father of our nation. And yes, there are many lessons that one learned from him. But for me, one of the most important lessons is the ability to put yourself in the shoes of your interlocutor, of your opponent, and to understand why that person takes that position. And I have no doubt that over the decades, that is what provided the opportunities in our country to find solutions. Because we had a leader like President Mandela, who had that rare ability to not only think about his own agenda, what he wanted to achieve, his objectives, his organization's objectives, but also understanding what actually was behind what his opponents and interlocutors wanted. And that is a rare ability. And that, I feel, is sometimes what we miss in the world now. Leaders with that ability to understand his or her interlocutor and at the same time have the ability to find solutions. All of the best with your initiative, and I wish you every success. Thank you. I've been walking.
Yes, an incredible speech. And I know Rashidi will send back all of our thanks to the High Commissioner for that. There's so much in that very short speech, and that speech can be found with many others at the Centre for Optimism website, and you can listen to it again because there's so much in there. And the learnings from Mandela, this idea of understanding your enemy's perspective. And he said that's a very rare quality. Few people actually do that. And I think it's something we need to, we need to all start thinking about this and Mandela's ability to do that. And somebody's written, a couple of people written in the chat about, so from Rod Wade, Madiba's capacity for forgiveness was remarkable and necessary to move South Africa forward. So again, if Mandela, who was referred to as Madiba, can do that, well, we can do that too. Okay, this is wonderful, wonderful beginnings. I would now like to invite a wonderful speaker, a highly infectious, optimistic speaker, Victor Purton, who is the Chief Optimist Officer of the Centre for Optimism. And I would like to invite him to speak. He's going to speak for about 10 minutes, and then we'll go to our first breakout group. But very succinctly, Victor has served as a senior advisor in the Australian G20 presidency. He played a vital engagement role in the Brisbane G20 Leaders Summit. He's a former commissioner to the Americas in building investment, trade, global supply chains, supporter networks. 18 years as a parliamentarian in Victoria. Victor, you have so much lived experience and knowledge to share with us. So please welcome.
Thanks very much. It's such a joy to be here. Now, those of you who've been to the last two Nelson Mandela events know that I normally take an hour to do this and we're all together. But in the world of COVID and the world of Zoom, we're going to try and do this in 10 minutes. So what is the world looking for? The world is looking for realistic and infectiously optimistic leaders. Now, where do we look for them? It's realistic and infectiously optimistic leaders just like you. In this world of pessimism and a fog of pessimism, you are going to be a beacon. And you can see that my symbolism is all around a lighthouse on the hill. That's you. Now, only three things I want you to remember from my presentation. The first one is the leader is the person I see in my mirror. Right? And I want you all to shout it out. I know you're on mute, but shout it out so someone at the back of the house can hear it. The leader is the person I see in my mirror. Go on, Akil, shout it out. The leader is the person I see in my mirror. And for those of you who use red lipstick, write that on your mirror today. Those of you who don't wear red lipstick, borrow it from one of the women in your household and write that on your mirror so it's there tomorrow. The second thing which you're doing today is surround yourself with optimists. One of Australia's richest men said, "I will never have a pessimist around my table, Victor. If I want a pessimist, I'll hire them from a law firm or an accounting firm by the hour. But I want people around me who lift me." So when you're having coffee, when you're playing games, when you're Zooming, when you're on social media, make sure it's with the optimists like today. And then this question, which is the fundamental question of today, and I know some of you have already gone out and asked mum and dad and others about this. What makes you optimistic? Now, what is optimism? This is our best definition. It comes from Harvard, Stanford, the American military, Oxford. This is the one they use. Optimism is an expectation that good things will happen, that things will work out in the end. And some people add to that, If it hasn't worked out, it's not the end. And one of my favorite saints, a woman called Julian of Norwich, funny name for a woman, but they took men's names in those days. She lived in a little cell in the 13th century in the middle of the Black Plague, during the middle of persecutions. And she said, all shall be well, all shall be well, all manner of things shall be well. It's lasted 700 years. So why should you ask yourself, and why should you ask other people what makes you optimistic? And this lady, Mickey Megumi, I should say sometimes, is an Australian-Japanese author. And this is what she said when I asked her that question. Even being asked the question, what makes you optimistic, caused me to look for the bright side, which is very uplifting. When you couple optimism with the courage to confront reality, it is a powerful force for positive change. So I'd like to do a little poll. So this little poll, I think most of you should be able to see it on the screen now. What makes you optimistic? And you can fill in all 6 of them if you like. Life experience, mindset, faith, family and friends, gratitude, young people. So you should be able to use that now. Just click on one of the options there. If you can't see it, tell me. But let's start filling it in. And what are we getting? As in our global research, what we've found is life experience is a big one. There is a theory that says that you don't actually hit peak optimism till you're in your 60s. Mindset, these things are a fundamental choice. Faith, crucially important. Family and friends, I'm just wondering why no one is participating in the poll. Can someone just tell me if you can see the poll? No, there was just a little hiccup with the poll in that everyone else could see it, but Victor couldn't see it running. So we'll jump a little further forward in the speech. And let's end the poll.
Mindset's the biggest one.
And excellent. It's just doing something funny at my end. So Margaret, what can you see as the top answers?
The top answer there is mindset, but very close to that is family and friends and life experience.
Fantastic. So why should you be optimistic? I'm just going to bring up another poll and you'll be able to see that as well. And you can flick on this while I'm talking. Boston University, Harvard, the American military did a huge study last year, 200,000 people over 50 years. The most crucial component in living to a healthy old age, and many of you are just 12, 13, 14 now, is optimism. It's not geography, it's not wealth, it's nothing else. It's optimism. The American College of Cardiology, the Mount Sinai Medical System have shown that if you're optimistic, you have a much lower risk of heart disease. The Vienna Medical School 3 weeks ago did a huge report. The optimist sleeps better because they are able to put the normal anxieties of life. And the last one, the University of Michigan has found you have a much happier marriage or partnership. So those of you who are single, when you go on that next date with that possible beau, have a think about asking that question. What makes you optimistic? And throw it in. And those of you who are married or with a partner, have a think about the ways in which you can help them to be more optimistic too. Then the third thing, in the world of work. In the world of work, optimism is crucial. So the head of McKinsey said to me, Victor, you can talk about 50, 60, 70 qualities of the leader. The most important quality is infectious leadership. And it's not the big bloke or the strong woman standing at the front of the stage doing the rah-rah speech. It's the person who can unlock the optimism from the team. My friend Robert Masters is on this call, and he's one of the experts in strategy. and we did a study of 400 strategy experts around the world. The key to a good strategy is optimism. Right? The key to innovation is optimism. You all here have to be innovative, and all you teachers know that you're told you have to be innovative. But you can't be innovative unless you're optimistic, unless you can accept failure and move on. And then resilience too. You know, people talk about being resilient, but how can you be resilient if you don't see a better tomorrow? And Jane Burns, who was the head of the Young and Well Foundation, or the CRC, she says, look, you can talk about resilience, you can talk about tenacity, but when the chips are down, the thing that is going to pull you through is optimism. Now, I've got a couple of minutes left because we're running a bit behind time, and I want to catch up so our diplomats can speak. So I've got two friends online here, Jenny Boymel and Noireen, and we are building a course called The Habits of an Optimist. And we've got 14 habits, but I'd like you just to quickly look at these habits. Now, I can't see, I'm going to go onto gallery view now, and I'd really love you all to be on video. The first habit of an optimist is smile like an optimist. Can we all try that? Can everyone smile? Pan, smile, deeper's in India. It's early in the morning. Cecilia, smile at us. Miranda, smile at us. It's easy to forget, but you get up in the morning, I don't want to go to school, or mum's just woken me up, or dad's woken me up. Try and remember to smile at strangers, smile on video. It is the key to happiness. It's the key to optimism. Then laugh like an optimist. Now, I'm not good at teenage humor. I still tell old-fashioned jokes and get into trouble. So let's just practice. Everyone, just imagine you've been told to laugh and just laugh to me. Come on, everyone laugh. Moira, you're laughing beautifully. Mahek, you're laughing. Adele, you're in a mask. See if you can laugh through that mask. Julian is laughing. Then the next thing I'd like to do, the next hint I want to give you is to use infectiously optimistic greetings. Now, my children will not go to the supermarket with me anymore because I tell this to the supermarket people. What happens when you ask an Aussie, how are you? Or a Kiwi or a Frenchman or a Chinese guy? What do they say? Oh, they say not bad or not too bad. What a waste of a question and what a waste of an answer. Today and tomorrow, instead of saying, how are you to someone, try this. What's the best thing happening for you? Whatever comes natural to you, but it will change the conversation. And then secondly, if someone says to you, Mahek, how are you? What you're going to do is theatrically pause. And you're going to say, thank you for asking. God, I went to an interesting summit today, or look, I did some really interesting work. You know, Cecilia, have a think about this. This is, if someone says, how are you? Don't say good, terrific. Say something interesting that starts a conversation. And then because I'm running out of time, the other 4 habits I'd like to press on you are share stories of optimism and hope. Don't rely on the newspapers to spread the news. You spread the news. Meditate or pray. There's evidence that meditation increases the thickness of the frontal portion of the brain, increasing your happiness and optimism. So even if you meditate once a week or twice a week or pray, you will thicken the frontal portion of the brain and become stronger. Practice gratitude. You've probably all heard this before, but remember to say thank you. And then that last question, ask what makes you optimistic. Now, what I'd like to do now is we're going to break up into groups. We're going to break up into groups of 6. And what I'd like you to do for about 1 minute each, so you'll be 6 to 7 in every room. Everyone who's not on video, can you get yourself onto video? Everyone who's on mute, get yourself onto mute. And we will spend 6 minutes in the breakout with each one of you sharing what makes you optimistic. And then you can share it in the chat box too. So we broke out into breakout groups for 6 minutes, and then we came back together. Everyone, Grace and Co tell me they had a good time in the breakout rooms?
Yeah, we had a wonderful time. We were getting really great ideas on what makes you optimistic. I wonder if we've got time just for one very quick comment or one question of Victor. Would anybody like to be that person? Just one question or comment.
Victor.
Yes, thank you. Go.
Just to make it easy for young and old, I was trying to say to the group that I was in, I strongly believe that optimism is a matter of choice. We choose to be optimistic. And the best example is the half full glass or the half empty glass. It's our choice to be the way we want to be.
Now, children and adults, Topo has the unique experience of having been a national rugby player for Argentina, a national rugby player for Australia, and when you Google him, you'll find he actually played for 3 different countries. Pretty well. Look, I hope you enjoyed that exercise. We did it quite quickly, but if ever any of you want to do it more slowly at school or the like, we can do it as a slow exercise. And can I hand pass back to Mark Hepworth?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Victor. That was really inspiring. And you yourself are just infectious. The optimism is infectious. Thank you so much. If you have questions for Victor, please just pop them in the chat, and if he gets a chance, he will try to reply to you directly through the chat if he can. And also for Ken Murray and for Aaron as well, keep feeding through the chat. Can I please invite Fazana Alizada, who's a student at Greater Shepparton Secondary College, just to say a nice thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Purton. We appreciate and thank you for giving your time to organize this conference and for being here to talk to us. I thought that you said about the leader is in the person I see in my mirror was very relevant to young people and had a powerful meaning. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you. And I hope you're going to put lipstick on your mirror, Fazana, saying the leader is the person in my mirror. Look at it every morning. Back to you, Margaret.
Oh, brilliant. Just thank you, Fazana. That's beautiful. We are now going to hear from 2 speakers. Both of them are speaking on building cross-cultural relationships. They are speaking on diplomacy and global affairs. So we're very, very privileged actually today to have Michael Klein, the USA Consul General, and Andrew Cumpston, the Director of the Victoria State Office Department of Foreign Affairs, with us. They'll both speak for 7 minutes each, and then we'll go into a breakout room again, reflecting on what they are talking about and hopefully having time to ask them some further questions. So Michael Klein has broad experience as a senior foreign service officer with nearly 20 years in the US Department of State. Before his arrival in Melbourne, Michael served in Laos, in South Korea, Kosovo, Vietnam, and he was among the first to work in the US Consulate General in Ho Chi Minh City. So a wealth of lived experience. Michael, thanks. We're looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much for that beautiful, warm introduction. Victor, thank you for the invitation. Thanks to everybody for coming today. Really, really excited to see the screen full of folks who are interested in this important topic of optimism and the future. But I've got to point out, as you all know, it's September 2020. Our old normal lives are upside down, back to front. Nothing is as it was even in January. And at this point, I would normally spend some time introducing what I'm going to talk about, maybe reflect on that really interesting exercise that we just had in the breakout room. But because today everything is upside down, back to front, I'm just going to jump straight in. My name is Mike Klein, U.S. Consul General in Melbourne, and I'm going to present to you in upside down, backwards, reverse order, the 5 reasons why I think young people like yourselves are going to save us in the post-COVID world. And number 5, the 5th reason, is that I think digital natives, like all of you, are going to be able to innovate and connect all of us out of this. Just try thinking right now of what it was like 102 years ago. Here in Australia, like in the US and other parts of the world, there is a huge, ferocious pandemic going on. It wasn't COVID, it was the Spanish flu. And if you were able to transport yourself back at that time, you would recognize as familiar a lot of the response to it. People were told to isolate, people were told to quarantine themselves, people were wearing masks. And most of all, people were hoping that a cure would come about. And so at that time, you would recognize some things, but something now is really different. And at that time, you were truly isolated. You couldn't attend a forum like this. You couldn't meet up virtually with your friends or anything like that. But now, ordinary citizens and world leaders alike are meeting via Zoom, via Teams, via WebEx. We're far apart, but it's technology that's enabling us to stay connected and get things done in new sorts of ways. And this embrace of technology has been a steep learning curve for a lot of folks of my generation. But for all of you who grew up with this technology, you've taken it to it in stride. And you're going to work out even better ways to innovate with the technology to get us moving forward. And when it comes to diplomacy, I'm not saying we'll never have face-to-face summits again, but because now we're doing these things in Zoom, we're realizing that there's a lot more that can be done with access. The connections are more accessible. And I think it's you, Gen Z and others, who are going to take this approach and run with it, and hopefully bring all countries and the broader international community closer together. Number 4 reason that you all are going to bring us forward in the post-COVID world is that young people are bridge builders. The response to COVID and the search for a vaccine has shown that it really does take a village. No one community, no one state, no one country can do this alone. And so as countries are working together on a global basis to beat this virus. In the US, we've invested in something we're calling Operation Warp Speed. And that's putting about $10 billion into trying to find the vaccine that's going to get us through COVID. And we're spending about $1 billion of that right here in Melbourne, and a test for a vaccine trial. We're optimistic that we're going to see something good out of that. And these trials wouldn't be happening in places like Melbourne unless you had these close connections. And these close connections are being made by young people, and they're connecting online. So with your generation being the most educated, both ethnically and racially diverse, most accepting of societal change, I think you're going to embrace these connections as a feature of your generation. And you're just as connected speaking to somebody at San Francisco or Juba as you are in Shepparton or Melbourne. Reason number 3, the generosity of spirit. Now, we've all seen the terrible effect of COVID's having on our elders. And as a community, Victorians have made huge changes to daily life, to work, to families, to try to keep our elders as safe as possible. And I've been so impressed throughout this year of the examples of young people stepping up to help more vulnerable populations. And we saw that particularly during the public housing lockdowns, where we saw young people from African Australian communities, from Sikh communities, from Muslim communities, acting as a real lifeline to communities. And that's a testament to the generosity of spirit that I see in young people. It's a sad reality. We're not going to be able to bounce quickly out of the public health effects or the economic effects of the pandemic. But seeing that spirit of generosity really makes me confident and optimistic that we're going to recover pretty quickly, and more quickly than we think. Number 2, reason young people are going to lead us out of the COVID pandemic into a better, newer world is that all of you are going to serve as fake news filters. Really important. The reliability of information is critical to addressing the pandemic, all sorts of global issues. And we're getting a lot of this information online. And as your generation being digital natives, I have a lot of confidence in your ability to do the critical thinking, to sift out what's good information from bad information, and share the real and the important news, and flag what's fake news out there, and flag the disinformation, and be a leader for those of you who might not be as savvy as you are online, and use your critical eye to sort out what's right from wrong. And finally, I think the number one reason is that the road to recovery is going to be built by Generation Z, by young people, is that the road to recovery is going to be long. It will be long. I think we're going to snap out of it quickly, but we're going to feel the effects for a long time. And I think that young people are the engine of our society's ideas for innovation and creativity. And you're going to come up with something bigger and better. And I think it's going to be, it could be tech, it could be in other areas, but I have a lot of optimistic that your generation is going to find that road ahead. And I encourage all of you to be part of that conversation. Engage with your lawmakers, engage with your representatives. They need to hear your ideas. And if you're having trouble being heard, find an amplifier, find a community leader, a journalist, a local counselor, talk to them. We need your voices. We need your creativity. And as Victor will tell you, we need your optimism to get the world back on track. I know you all could do it. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Wow, again, Michael, thank you. What beautifully succinct message there, and very practical, very, very practical ideas for young people to, you know, to forge ahead and to really know and understand we all have a role to play. So we're not just pinning the burden of the future on young people. That is not what Michael was saying, because every single one of us, you know, plays a role. We all are our own future, but we're all in this, combine this with this concept of teamwork. But that is amazing what you've just shared with us. We will move to our next speaker, and then, as I said, we'll move to breakout rooms and come back, and you'll be able to ask Michael and Andrew some questions, more questions. So, Andrew Cumpston is a senior career officer with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Previously, Andrew has been Australia's Deputy Head of Mission in Wellington in New Zealand. And in Canberra, Andrew has held a range of positions, including the Assistant Secretary, Banks and Funds branch, and was a board member of the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria. He will be speaking to us about the problematic power dynamics in diplomacy and business areas. So can we welcome Andrew? Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you very much for that kind welcome, and please stop me if you can't hear me. And firstly, can I start by associating myself with that beautiful welcome to country, and also acknowledge what fantastic speakers have been thus far. I've actually been taking notes, and I've changed what I was going to say because I've been inspired by the optimism. Now, the first thing I'd like to do is to talk about the theme I was asked to talk about, which is problematic power dynamics. A very valid question. But in diplomacy, we often don't describe things as problematic because we tend to be more optimistic and express things as challenges or obstacles to be overcome. And secondly, in many ways, problematic is often a word, the next word is used about the way another person is talking. And what may be problematic to you or I, or in a contemporary society, may not be problematic to another group of people in another country. You can't choose another country's government, their values, their cultural history, and they might have very different views than you on whether it be free speech, gender, human rights, economic freedom, all sorts of values that go up to making a country. They change over time, and countries evolve in different ways. And part of the art of diplomacy and many other professions is staying true to your values while also finding common grounds with people who are different to you. And when you approach it in good faith, you can overcome so many different cultural obstacles. And I don't think it's at all a coincidence that the South African High Commissioner to Australia, which is a very senior role in the South African system, that he, in his youth, he led groups of people from very different backgrounds, and apartheid deliberately split people apart. And he led groups of people together to talk to each other and start a dialogue. And I'm sure he learned a lot of his interpersonal skills but also that served him well as a diplomat today. But he also clearly had an attitude of bringing people together and focusing on the commonalities and not the differences. So it's an interesting little revealed preference about how people get to where they are later in life through taking an open-minded attitude. I was going to very briefly talk a bit about COVID and Australian Foreign Affairs response, then also a bit about strategic environments, and thirdly, a little bit about Africa, which I was asked to talk to as well. But mainly, the overwhelming message I'd like people to hear is something I'm going to get to halfway through, which is to all the young people out there, think about diplomacy and think about making a contribution. Firstly, there is no doubt that COVID is a massive shock to our system, whether it be through economic, health, people-to-people linkages. It is frequently described by decision makers as the largest shock of our lifetime, which I think is a very fair way to look at it. And it does require an unprecedented response. It's been a huge seismic shift in the way that my department, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, has started to look around the world. For the starters, one of the most important things to Australians, to Australian politicians, my boss, and to everyone is Australians overseas. And there's been over 350,000 Australians who have needed to come home. There are still more who want to come home, and you might have seen announcements about that recently. But that's many people have been working around the clock, working huge hours to help facilitate that, and it's not easy. There's been, as people know, there's a huge amount of debate about what's the appropriate level of border movement, and underneath that, there's a lot of officials, there's a lot of real people being affected by very large decisions. So it remains it remains a huge effort and something that we dedicate a huge amount of time to. Sort of the diplomatic side of diplomacy is still something that's in anything becoming more important as time goes by. As the Prime Minister has pointed out, now that we can't travel as much, the role of diplomats being the eyes and the ears of to countries overseas becomes even more important. It's to take a sort of relatively famous example that the Australian diplomats in Geneva were very successful in gathering international support, which eventually had 150 votes in favour of it for a view into COVID-19 and the responses and how we can learn lessons to apply to future crises. But that all started as a diplomatic initiative, and the review is continuing, is ongoing at the moment. Of course, there's been a huge amount of work in getting the necessary health equipment from overseas. It remains a very high priority. I could give you endless statistics about the amount of health in a highly contested international environment, the amount of healthcare supplies that have come into Australia to prepare Australia adequately for the COVID pandemic. In many of those supplies are still on standby should the pandemic worsen. But at the moment, optimistically, things have actually gone very well. So the ventilators and things like that are still things in emergency surge capacity. And also a key thing, if the Secretary of the Department was here, I heard her talk about this 2 days ago. One key thing about one of the reasons we've been able to do this so well, and it's something that is such a high priority for our department, is diversity. And for now, for instance, 40% of our ambassadors are women. My last High Commissioner was a very senior Australian businesswoman. But it's not just a gender issue. It is, we have Muslim ambassadors, we have Indigenous Australian ambassadors. Australia's diplomatic corps is as diverse as Australia, and we're encouraging more and more of that diversity because we feel reflecting Australia's diversity makes for good diplomacy. So if I can make a little pitch, I know it's not easy to get in the DFAT grad program, but please consider applying for it because we want more bright young people like you. If I just very briefly talk about the strategic environment, we all know it's getting more contested, and yes, power dynamics can be problematic. that is something we'll have to continue to engage with. And we still work with our friends, with our allies, but also countries we have common ground with that we don't necessarily share all the views with, or all our views with. We have been lucky. We lived in a benign strategic environment with the United States that was that has predominantly been set by the United States, which was another liberal democracy, which, although we're not identical, we share many values with. That will not necessarily always be the case. The world is becoming more contested, and we can't always accept that a certain view will be predominant, but it's something we work very closely with all our colleagues in building. And it's something I was asked to talk about Africa that is very real and alive in Africa. The contest of values and how African nations manage is something that remains alive an issue as it always has been. And COVID has very much affected Africa like it has affected the rest of the world. It's past 1 million cases. The economic impact is different in different countries. Some countries deal with a direct impact like South Africa. Other countries have a secondary impact deal with a secondary impact of COVID. And how we manage that is something that I think we get better at every year. The world learns more and more lessons. And there's a question of what Australia can do in all these circumstances. And we, of course, do not have the enormous economic power of the United States, but we don't have quite the $10 billion program, but we have, that Michael mentioned, but we have invested, for instance, $80 million already to pre-buy COVID vaccines for developing countries so that they too can vaccinate their population. And it's not just something that developed countries benefit from. So there's little things that Australia can do to make to help the global community. Well, important things. And finally, I would make a very important point about Africa. There is a lot of diplomacy that goes on, but one of the strongest diplomatic assets we have in dealing with Africa is that there are 400,000 people in Australia of African descent. And those diaspora, they're so important in building linkages back to Africa and building linkages between Australia and the African continent. So I would encourage people to consider themselves leaders in that area, to think about ways that the two countries can come close together, because it is something that we have so much in common, and we need to, Africa in a few short years will be 1/3 of the global population, and it remains incredibly important in so many ways to all of us. Now, the final thing I'll say is I wanted to just end on a note of optimism. The world is increasingly interconnected, whether we like it or not. Things like the shipping container have fundamentally changed the world economy, international travel, or through temporarily in abeyance. So much of what we do now is our world grows ever closer than it was in our previous generations. Yes, we are dealing with a shock, but it's not insurmountable. If you look at previous generations, they dealt with equally bad shocks, and they recovered it, and they built back stronger. These things can be overcome. And one of the reasons COVID is such a shock to us is because our healthcare is infinitely better than our ancestors had it. And now, dealing with the challenge, we've responded robustly. But if you look at the course of human history, human beings are resilient. We've dealt with things like this before, and we've overcome it, and we've learnt lessons, and we've built stronger societies after it. So nothing is insurmountable. The course of history, human beings live better, they live longer, healthier lives in general, and there's plenty of reasons for optimism. And thank you so much for talking today.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Andrew. That's really inspiring. And I love that, comment towards the end, nothing is insurmountable. And we keep hearing that, but it's been really fascinating listening, to more about what's happening with COVID around the world, Australia's response to this. Now, Michael spoke about, this need for a generosity of spirit. And here you are saying, that Australia is not just interested in helping ourselves, we're interested in helping others in this situation. That right there is a national generosity of spirit. So that's wonderful. There's amazing stuff happening in the chat room, being inspired by what both, you and Michael have talked about, and Bruce saying, there is more common ground between adversaries than we realize. And Renee is saying adversity presents opportunity. And so you're really helping people think more broadly about relationships and how we grapple with problematic issues, as you pointed out. Right now, we're going to go into our breakout groups again, small breakout groups, only 5 minutes, not long. And we want you to reflect on what Michael and Andrew have been talking about, what has come up for you in these two speeches. We could listen to these two men for hours, but what has come up for you? And specifically, is there a question you would like to bring back to either one of them at the end of the breakout group? So Victor, let's just go straight.
And so we went back into the breakout groups, which everyone said was a marvellous experience of young and old sharing their ideas. Deepa's here with us from South India. Good to see you, Deepa. It must be early in the morning.
Oh, it was. I had 3 alarms, at least, to wake up on time. I woke up my sister and mother too.
Excellent, excellent. So I've got a great audience from all around the world, Michael.
It's fantastic.
But from
Fantastic.
from Denver to South India and beyond.
Hey, Victor, something you mentioned also in the list this morning of things that we could do to make a difference. You mentioned meditation.
Yeah.
And that's something that I've just started doing since isolation began in March. I've never done it before. And just 3 or 5 minutes every day doing it really does make a difference. I've been so impressed with how a simple thing like that can also kind of change your outlook and just kind of set your frame of mind for the rest of the day. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, the science says it actually thickens the frontal portion of the brain. MRIs have shown it. Now, Mark, where are you? Mark Hepworth.
I need to unmute. I think, are we all back?
Yep, everyone's back.
Can I ask a question to
yes, please.
His Excellency Consul General Michael Klein? My name is Will Abdo, CEO of Web Trade Marketing. I have a question for you with regarding to how do we act as filters for fake news?
Good question.
I think that speaking of young people who grew up in the digital age, I think are much more savvy than older generations. It's my belief, based on nothing but my own hunch, that digital natives are among the most savvy of us in being able to sift what's fake news from real news. And because as digital natives, they're comfortable with this environment, it's their landscape. And for them to be able to serve as not necessarily gatekeepers, but flag throwers of what's out there that doesn't look right, flag it. Don't just necessarily ignore it if it's inflammatory, flag it and tell Twitter, tell Facebook, tell Google, whoever's spreading it that, hey, this is wrong. And if enough people are able to do that, then I think that can make a difference.
I have a question to both speakers. I would request the two speakers to comment on what we may have to do post-COVID, given the social and economic inequalities and access to resources and distribution of those resources, which is a global problem.
Well, my background is development economics, so it remains, it was a huge issue before COVID, and in many ways COVID has exacerbated it. So it's not a 50-word answer, but I think what we can't do is descend in protectionism and go for easy extreme answers in times of vulnerability. Countries rarely become rich or rarely are able to feed, clothe, give appropriate healthcare and education by shutting off their borders, by being virtual islands. That is not the path to peace and prosperity. Neither is completely laissez-faire trade without thought to boundaries, to customs, to what is sustainable for countries, and of course, global warming will remains a huge challenge. But retreat in protectionism, isolationism will be exactly the worst thing that countries can do.
Thanks, Andrew. Michael, did you want to add?
Just add to that I think in the globalized world, problems anywhere can quickly become problems everywhere. So it's important to address issues around the world as they arise. And the United States is committed to that. We've had the largest development program in the world for decades, and it's all because of that recognition.
Thank you. I think we will have to keep moving. We have two more wonderful speakers. I know Will in our group, who asked that question about the fake news, had some, really good ideas himself on, us taking the responsibility to check the source and to be, to rely on credible sources. I think that's a really good answer, Will. But thanks to both of you. I'd like to ask Hussein Samalai to thank both our speakers.
Look, on behalf of everybody on Zoom, we would like to thank you, Michael and Andrew, for giving up your time to come to talk to us. More importantly, listen to you great leaders speak to us, and to see the belief and the trust you have in us as young people to change the world for the better gives me great strength and motivation to, move forward and take on a responsibility for that. Well, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That was lovely, Hussein. Thank you. We did schedule in a time for a bit of a break, and of course, as always, we're running way behind time. If you feel you do need to stop for a minute, stand up and stretch, because stretching and moving actually brings clarity to our brains. You can just turn off your video for a while and do that, but I'd invite you to keep listening. All right, so, and again, if you need to go and get that glass of water, please do that. These are the little things in our lives that actually do help keep us vibrant, tiny little things, that strategies we can use. So I would really like to welcome our next speaker. Dr. Amanda Capels is the lead scientist in Victoria, and she's speaking on science and innovation needs young leaders like you. So Amanda is a catalyst who's responsible for working across the Victorian government to identify opportunities for economic outcomes by building relationships between business, the research sector, and government. Many thanks, Amanda, for joining us.
Thank you very much, Marg, for that kind introduction, and great to be with everyone here today. And it would have been great to be up with you in Shepparton. Most recently, I've been part of the regional partnership in the Goulburn region. So I'm very familiar with Shepparton and the whole of, in fact, regional Victoria. So as Marg has said, and I guess, really through and continuing the conversation that both Michael and Andrew have started, and going to the point around nothing is insurmountable, because if I've got one message, it is that I'm totally convinced that the big challenges that we face can be overcome, and that they'll be overcome by a wide variety of people, and that the solutions will come from areas that we don't anticipate. And in fact, that really is often the source of innovation, those interfaces between different disciplines, between different perspectives, between just different talent coming together and focusing on particular challenges, which, when as individuals we look at them and we think, well, we can't do that, but actually when you come together, chunk down that problem and assemble the team around you, then big things can really happen. And science and technology totally will underpin and has underpinned all the developments. If you look at from the Industrial Revolution to vaccination, you know, we are truly standing on the shoulders of giants, as Isaac Newton said. Let me give you one really topical example and perhaps give you a different perspective on one of humankind's greatest achievements in the last 50 years. And of course, that is when NASA delivered on JFK's ambition to land man on the moon. So this was a great aspirational target, and the team that was tasked to undertake that work, could you imagine being on that team and being given this mission? And the Navy team, which was the primary driver of delivering that solution, that started tackling the problem by thinking about, well, how do we get the man to the moon? And then they quickly realized that they were actually asking the wrong question, because the question that they really needed to answer is, how do we get man or woman back from the moon? Because there was JFK wouldn't really have been able to deliver on his vision if we weren't able to actually get the astronauts back. So the reason why I tell that story is because you often think that the objective that you're going after is one thing, and it's always worth thinking about, is that actually, what do I do when I get there? And is that the ultimate destination? Do I need to, is it actually something else that I'm trying to do? And using that kind of approach and then working back from, well, we get them back into the sea, what needs to happen before that and what needs to happen before that. And that you actually find planning backwards is actually a better way of trying to, or, you know, of achieving your ambition, because it makes you think of the different steps and it chunks it down into manageable steps that you actually oftentimes find that it just simplifies the task immensely. So, so whilst, you know, a lot of people give advice about you've got to have this grand plan and you've got to work out exactly what you want to do at the age of 16, I don't believe that. I never had that, but I always did have a plan around something that I really wanted to achieve. And so I think that that would be my message, is think about what really makes you passionate. Think about what the destination is and test that internally with yourself, test it with your family, and then work out how you're going to get there by reverse engineering. So what I did, so I had no real premeditation around this, and I'm talking to those of you around this Zoom table who are doing VCE, or maybe you're not doing VCE this year, but you're building up to that and thinking about your future. Because I think one thing that this pandemic has brought to the forefront is a greater uncertainty about what careers might be available and the pathways to getting there. And so what I did, if this is helpful in terms of thinking about some of the different options that you might not otherwise have considered, I did my VCE, and I was pretty clear that I wanted to do a science degree. And so that piece wasn't difficult for me, but the question in my mind was, do I go immediately from high school into university? And it really wasn't until I finished exams that I thought, okay, well, I'll put in my application, and if I get in, that's terrific. But I set myself a target of during the summer holidays to identify a job that I could do for a year before going to university. So in effect, I was planning a gap year, but I set myself a target, conditions on what I would accept as a job. It needed to be something that was meaningful and that would be you know, supportive of my career direction. And I was, as it turned out, was fortunate enough to get a position as a lab assistant in a quality control laboratory, and that really didn't quite ignite, but it really accelerated my passion for science. And so my message to those of you who are thinking about these things is do think of the options that are available to you. Have a bit of a plan. It doesn't need to be an ironclad plan, but just, you know, go out there and set conditions on yourself so that you know that what you're, you know, what you're willing to accept, and just, you know, just do it, and you'll be surprised at the opportunities that emerge as a consequence of you taking active ownership of your career pathway and actually forging your own career, like many of us around the table today have done. So that's how my young leadership set me up for my career. I was always looking for, well, what will be the next thing, and then identifying amongst my universe where the opportunities were and who was there who could help me get to that position, because we all get into different roles and different responsibilities as a consequence of bringing others along with us, as well as being brought along by others within our environment who see the value that we are delivering. So what are the issues that young people need to address? Well, we hear a lot about energy and climate change, and most definitely that is an area where we need to find a pathway. It's not an option. We need to clearly articulate what are the interim targets that we're seeking to achieve, and working with a broad range of stakeholders to get there. But I wanted to bring up another topic that relates to that, because I think it goes to the heart of the matter, which is around sustainability. And when you think about sustainability, it's often in the context of what do we do with the waste that we produce. But I'm encouraged by people who are working in manufacturing industries who are actually trying to deal with this as an issue prior to the waste being generated, before it's visible to us as society. And this is an area, picking up Michael's point, that we are in this amazing era of technology. You would be, and technology is a tool that will enable us to do things that we've not ever been able to do before. When you think about the manufacturing of anything, whether it's an aeroplane, to a TV, to the computer that I'm talking to you on, the degree of input of materials, of plastics, of rare earths, of a wide variety of inputs is amazing, and is often on a per kilo basis, 100 or a kilo to every, you know, I was going to say ounce, I'm mixing my metrics, but every gram of product requires at least 2 orders of magnitude greater inputs. And that's been our traditional manufacturing methodology, because of just the way that manufacturing has occurred. And it occurs in the chemistry industry as well as in the things that we use on an everyday basis. And so many companies are realizing that this is where they can really add value and contribute to our future, to our sustainable economy, by minimizing the inputs that are required into their finished products. And so this is an area where additive manufacturing, the use of digital technology to improve manufacturing methods, will really enable us to leapfrog current technologies and help us meet our sustainability targets. It will obviously also have an impact on climate change, because we're dealing with the problem from another angle. And perhaps I should finish up by, on that point, is that we need to approach the challenges that we're facing from a wide variety of different angles. And as young people, you will look at the world differently. You'll have a different experience. You we will be seeking as policymakers for greater inclusion of your voice in every public policy matter that our government will be considering, because if there's one thing that I can give you absolute certainty on and to encourage you to be optimistic about, is that we recognise a diversity of voices is absolutely essential in order for us not only to make good policy, but to communicate good policy. And on that note, I just would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you, and look forward to the contribution that you'll be making to a better world for not only Melbourne and Victoria and Australia, but for the globe. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, a wonderful, wonderful speech. And if we can show our appreciation with those emojis. Amanda, this, again, this recurring theme of solutions, through innovation. And I love the way you're saying we don't actually necessarily know where the solutions are going to come from, but we must stay solution focused. Right? And staying solution focused will bring that hope and that optimism that is needed, and the solutions will be found. You've said so much for us there. Time-wise, we are going to need to move on, but I'm hoping we might have a smidgen of time for people, if they do have questions of Amanda. And you can see in the chat there, Amanda, everyone's just loving what you were saying. Please ask Amanda questions in the chat as we continue on. So we are going to, sorry, I need to ask Zoe Kerwin, if you could just thank Amanda for us. Sorry, Zoe. Is Zoe there? You can unmute yourself.
Hi.
There you go. Thanks, Zoe.
Thank you, Amanda, so much for sharing that with us and talking about your own journey and how you went about seeking out opportunities, which I think is really helpful for all of us as we go about our careers. And also for talking to us about some of the challenges that really are at the forefront of our minds as young people, including in sustainability. We're very grateful for your time today.
Thank you, Zoe. Beautifully, beautifully said. And I hope Amanda can hear that sort of genuine, thanks, because you've really given our young people something to move forward with. So we'd like to introduce our lucky last speaker for this morning, Karen Sobels. And Karen is the president of the Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Karen was appointed as president in 2019. She has over 30 years of experience in retail, telecommunications, and banking sectors.
Okay.
She is the director of the publishing company Risk Info and a principal of Business Advisors. She's a business owner herself and the chair of the Victorian Chamber's Small Business Task Force. So again, we are privileged to have such an extraordinary speaker with us. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you very much. And look, I'm under time pressure today, so I know you need to finish on time. But I did want to have a quick hello to two of my colleagues that I've noticed on the call, and that is Margie Stewart. Hi, Margie, and also to Julie Green. I'm sure we'll all get together again soon once we're out of lockdown. And also to Amanda Capples, great to hear you speaking as well. And Amanda has worked with the Chamber in a great way to try and bring industry and business together in terms of science. And I always feel a bit of a mental pygmy when I'm talking to Amanda, but great to see you today. Yes, sadly, when I was asked to speak on this, I worked out that it actually wasn't over 30 years in business, it was 42, but I think we'll stick with the 30 as it turns out. I started work at 15 part-time, but I have done all of those other things as well. Some of you will ask, what does the Chamber do? But it's kind of it's a support mechanism for businesses. So we work in industrial relations, advocacy, international consulting, apprenticeship and apprenticeship management, export documentation, those sorts of things. The Chamber's been around since 1851. That makes it 169 years ago. And in that time, I'm the first female president of the Chamber, which makes me really proud. But what makes me even prouder is that since last year, we've had on our board of management 50% males and 50% females. So the Chamber's had huge changes. most of it coming in the last sort of few years of its life. But that leads me to what I want to talk to you about today. And I know it's about business, but for me, this is around what you need to do if you want to succeed in business and what business needs to do for the country. And that is about change. And that is about dealing with change, creating change, learning how to learn, and making sure that's the foundation for all the growth. When I was in high school, when I was growing up, my dad was a policeman. And so pretty much most of our friends were policemen. We moved from town to town. I didn't really understand what other careers there were out there. And when I was at school, everyone said to me, you're going to be a policewoman when you leave school. And I kind of didn't want to be because I'd seen it, but I didn't know what I wanted to be. I was kind of pretty, I didn't think it at the time, but pretty cloistered. My teacher said, well, you know, you're a smart girl, why don't you do law? I went, okay, we'll do law, as you do. So I applied for law at the end of my last year of school, pretty much like Amanda, didn't kind of really know. And then I hadn't quite worked hard enough, missed by 1 point. And that was a sliding doors moment for me because I went on to do a degree in communications, a Bachelor of Arts. And from there I went to become a management trainee at Myer. And I was there for a few years and it taught me great things about running a business, about the fundamentals that you need to have to run a business. I had found in doing that my ability to change and adapt to change wasn't great because I really had quite a narrow view of things. And what I did find out in the business space was the only way to succeed in business was to do better today at what you did yesterday and to do it better than the other guy who's your competition. Now, the only way you can do those things is to get new inputs into your brain, to inform yourself, to learn new things, to learn new skills. So I did lots of different things. I joined clubs, I joined Rotaract, which was like a young Rotary. Some of you might be involved in that. I joined clubs, I went out with different groups of friends. I played sport very badly, I must admit. In fact, one sport we played was softball because we liked the uniforms. And I volunteered doing things. I did a couple of volunteer things before I left school and then through university. And through that, I learned how to learn and I learned to change. And I did kind of often regret not doing the law part of it because I kind of like that advocacy part, which I'm sort of doing a little bit now. But when I started my traineeship with Myer, what's really interesting now is many of you won't have been into a Myer store ever because the world has changed and department stores didn't change with it. They were trying to compete against each other. They weren't getting enough inputs. And what's happened in the world is that the other guy, the competition, turned out not to be another store. It turned out to be the internet. And that's really changed the landscape. So people who think like yesterday don't make it to tomorrow. You need to be thinking differently. So what business needs to be successful is new minds, new ideas, different thinking, people who come from different backgrounds, different cultures, different university degrees. I've worked with people in all sorts of areas who have degrees that have nothing to do with that area because it's the ability to think differently, to seek different inputs and to not be scared of a different point of view. And I'll just go off a slight piece here is forget cancel culture. If you're not listening to what everyone's saying, you're not listening enough. You don't have to like it, but make sure you listen. Make sure you find out different things. Listen to a podcast that you don't normally listen to. Watch a TV program you don't need to listen to, you don't normally listen to. It doesn't have to all be university degrees. But opportunities exist for you out there, even in a COVID world. Last Sunday before last on Father's Day, I was in a Parliament House in Melbourne as they were making the announcements about locking Victoria down for another few weeks. That was a really tough day. That was really hard. And lots of businesses were contacting us and they were in despair. And there were some very, very upset people that couldn't see a way forward. And I've got to say that was a really, really tough day. But you can't lead from behind. You can only lead from the front. So the next day I got up, I hit my desk and I looked, hopefully optimistically, for what we could do, not for yelling about what we can't do. And a lot of what you see in the paper today is about people yelling about what we can't do. We need to focus on what we can do because you can't lead from behind. The whole landscape has changed, not just in business, but in life. And we've had this change forced upon us. So at the start of lockdown 1 back in March, I had a restaurateur say to me, I've got a really, 5-star high-end restaurant. I can't possibly do takeaway. This will kill me. They are now running an incredibly successful takeaway business. It's just going gangbusters. And which is a technical term, when the markets open again, what we'll find is they'll probably keep doing that as well as their 5-star business. So what they'll have got is a jump in their business. We have unions who at the start of the year, before COVID became an issue, were saying we couldn't possibly have the waitress who brings your plate to your table on the same award as the person who takes the plate away. That we just couldn't possibly do that. But when COVID hit, they jumped into the breach, they made the changes, they saved jobs and they saved businesses. It made a difference. And I guess last but not least, we had politicians who said we couldn't possibly have Parliament remotely. That's just not possible. And now lots of them are using Zoom, some more successfully than others. But also remember, life's not a straight line. 3 times in my life, I've taken backward steps financially to do a job that I really wanted to do. And that's really important. As Amanda said, when you leave school, you'll often not know what you want to do or what your career is going to be. You just have to know what makes you happy. And when I look at what might be around for when you leave school, the career that you may end up loving probably doesn't even exist yet. And if that sounds really weird to you, let me tell you that when I was at school, there was no such thing as a fax machine, a personal computer, certainly no Netflix. There was not a DVD. When I was 15 and working at Woolworths, there wasn't even a thing such as a credit card. I know that's a bit mind-blowing, isn't it? There was certainly no mobile phones and there was definitely no internet. So in the middle of your career, what will exist that isn't existing now? And quite possibly, you'll be the one to create it. One of the things that you also need to think about when your career and business and what you're doing is the government's done a most recent intergenerational report, which is where they look at where things sit from generation to generation, which is sort of like 30-year blocks. And the last one they did was about 3 or 4 years ago. They found that basically looking back to the start of this century, there was 7.3 people of working age for every retired person. So between 15 and 64, 7.3 people for each person who's retired. That's 7.3 people who can work, pay taxes, help build infrastructure, schools, hospitals, pay for the lifestyle that we all have. By the time you're in the middle of your working life, that number will have gone from 7.3 to 2.7. That's a 60% reduction in productivity. And that's a whole lot less people there to pay taxes, to pay for all of those things that we enjoy now. So think about the issues that raises. And I call them issues, not problems, because we've solved them before and we'll solve them again. And we're working on projects now to say, what do we have to do to plan 20 or 30 years out? But here's the rub as well. Just because there's 2.3 people available to work, or as we call work availability, that doesn't mean they're participating in the workforce. When I started school, only 46% of women had a job. Today, 66% of women have jobs. If you've only got 2.3 people in the workforce availability per retired person, can you really afford to have some of those people not able to work? Not because they don't choose to, but because they come for all sorts of reasons. So when you think about things like childcare, if you think childcare is a women's issue, you are very wrong. If you think childcare is a young person's issue, you are very wrong. It's going to affect everybody. But that makes us think of other issues such as migration, population growth, population density. How do we deal with all of those things? They're the problems that you'll be solving. We need to make sure that everyone is working. You have a voice. You are leaders now, and not just will be leaders, and you have to be the change. And just to prove that I I kind of live my mantra about accepting change. I'll tell you that when I sold my first small business about 9 or 10 years ago, I did go back to university and I did get my master's in commercial law, and I loved every minute of it, albeit that I was very much the oldest person in the class by a long shot, but it was great fun and I really enjoyed it. So anything's possible as long as you embrace change. Make sure that in learning to learn and develop yourself, you're putting yourself in the very best possible position to make that happen. Thanks very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Really, seriously, wonderful, wonderful talk. Fantastic advice, Karen. I love that question right at the beginning. What can business do for the community? Not sort of the other way around. We hear it too much the other way around too often. And then finishing up with this, you know, be the change, embrace change. Excellent advice. Look, we have gone just over 12 noon and we did promise you we'd be finishing at 12. I need to thank everyone, but just to let you know that many of you will have to shoot off. You've all got things to do, but Victor and myself and a few others will be staying on for a little bit longer. There was so much input in that chat, so many questions, so many great ideas. So if you would like to stay on for a little bit longer, but we will need to wrap everything up right now and let most people go. Just to say, there's been such a broad spectrum of knowledge with recurring themes, right, about being solution focused, about optimism. I need to point out these are intergenerational conversations. This is important. We're not just relying on the older generation. We're not passing the baton to the younger generation. We are solving this together across all generations, right? Coming back to Mandela, listen to all the attributes and qualities of Mandela, right? And the High Commissioner telling us he had very rare qualities. Well, let's make these qualities less rare. Let's learn how to do these things ourselves. If we admire him so much, why wouldn't we bring this into our own lives? And I'll leave you with that to work on. We need to thank all our wonderful guest speakers for sharing their knowledge, their experience and their wisdoms. And special thanks to Mr. Rashidi, Samailai and Victor Purton, because the two of them really have essentially brought this all together for you. You will receive a follow-up email with details for how to access the Future Voices website, how to stay notified of upcoming events. We will be inviting, you know, some of these speakers back to talk to you in more detail whenever we can. I'm going to throw to Cara Dooley-Heath, Melbourne University law student and Future Voices alumni, just to give us some final words. So Cara, are you there?
I am. Thank you so much, Marg. So look, I am aware of the time, so we'll be brief. But firstly, I just want to say thank you to everyone here today. As Marg said, it is an intergenerational issue. And I think the opportunities for things like breakout rooms today have provided us with an avenue to have those discussions with so many people with a wealth of knowledge and experience. So thank you everyone for participating in today's summit. And it's also very exciting that obviously, given the constraints of COVID, that we have been able to engage in a global initiative this year. So I think that's something that we do have to be grateful for, despite all the other challenges. And as Marg said, there are so many people who have put in a tremendous amount of effort behind the scenes to bring all of this together. So a huge thank you to all the sponsors of today's event, and in particular, the Centre for Optimism and the Gandhi Experiment, two of our major supporters, and also to Marg, Rashidi and Victor in particular. Thank you so much for everything that you've done and continue to do for the Future Voices students. Marg, thank you for your enthusiasm and also for being such an empowering Master of Ceremonies today. I think we've all really felt that. And to Victor, gosh, just listening to you speak, I think we all gain so much insight into optimism and can hopefully take that with us as we go about the rest of navigating these uncertain times. So thank you for your dedication and everything that you continue to do to try and reshape our attitudes into leadership and moving forward. And Rashidi, a huge thank you for your continued belief in young people. I think honestly that if young people could sometimes see ourselves in the way that you do and the belief that you have in us, the world would be a much better place. So thank you. Honestly, the work that you do in particular in the Shepparton region, but also in Australia and now globally is tremendous and incredible. So we are all very grateful and benefit from all of that. And to all the young people here today, thank you for participating. Thank you for showing up. We know that it is genuinely a very challenging time and uncertain circumstances that we find ourselves in, particularly for those of you completing things like VCE. But honestly, that what you're doing today and the skills that you're learning, as has been spoken to throughout this summit, will put you in really good stead for going forward and for being those leaders that we so desperately need. So please take heart from what you've heard and go out there into your own communities and put into practice everything that you've heard from today's speakers. So thank you again to all our terrific speakers and for sharing all those nuggets of wisdom that we really can hold on to during these challenging times. So thank you.
And there the summit ended. It was a brilliant day, 250 people, students, teachers, all ages, and as people said, it wasn't just a summit of old people talking to young people. It was a very deep engagement, particularly in the breakouts, so we can commend those to anyone looking to design their own summit too. And before the summit, we had lots of interesting people send their messages from all over the world, and the rest of this video are those messages and words of wisdom on youth leadership.
I had the great pleasure, the great privilege, the great honour of meeting Nelson Mandela when he visited Sydney back in 1990, shortly after being released from jail in South Africa. I recall many things about that visit. I recall Nelson Mandela's very firm handshake, his beautiful smile, but I deeply, fondly remember the optimism, the hope springing from his speeches. Let's not forget this was a man who had just spent decades in that prison, who had lived life with the sheer indignities that it involved in apartheid South Africa, speaking with great hope for the future of his country. He, of course, went on to become South Africa's president, but at the time, his country still faced so many challenges. But the hope is something I remember coming from his speeches, from all of those comments he made on that visit.
As United Nations marks its 75th anniversary in this fragile time, we reflect on the life and work of Nelson Mandela, who embodied the highest values of the United Nations and took action and inspired change. Despite many years as a prisoner of conscience, Madiba retained his dignity and commitment to his ideals.
I also had the privilege in serving in our first democratic parliament from 1994. I was there for 25 years, but for the first 5 years, I served there with Mr. Nelson Mandela as our first democratic president, the father of our nation. And yes, there are many lessons that one learned from him. But for me, one of the most important lessons is the ability to put yourself in the shoes of your interlocutor, of your opponent, and to understand why that person takes that position. And I have no doubt that over the decades, that is what provided the opportunities in our country to find solutions. Because we had a leader like President Mandela, who had that rare ability to not only think about his own agenda, what he wanted to achieve, his objectives, his organization's objectives, but also understanding what actually was behind what his opponents and interlocutors wanted.
Nelson Mandela told us, "I am fundamentally an optimist. Part of being optimistic is keeping one's head pointed to the sun, one's feet moving forward. There were many dark moments when my faith in humanity was sorely tested, but I would not and could not give myself up to despair. That way lays defeat and death."
Poem.
From William Ernest Henley.
Yeah. He, that poem was his favorite poem. And as he explains to Pinar, when he lost courage, when he felt like just giving up, just lie down and not get up again, he would recite it. And it would give him what he needed to keep going.
Can you recite it? If you can't, there are some words.
Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole. I learned it when I was in school.
Yeah. Did you really?
Yeah. I think whatever God there may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of fate, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the shadow of the shade. Yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me, unafraid. God, matters not how straight the gate, how punishment charged the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
I was a refugee asylum seeker who migrated to Australia at the age of 16. And so maybe perhaps I have a little bit of experience in, some of my friends who came with me and myself. And I guess what I could say to the question of what makes me optimistic is that from my experience, I've just learned that, it's one thing to be very practical. It's another thing to be very realistic. And it's another thing to be very positive and optimistic, because if I was to be just practical and maybe negative, I may still have been left in my home country of Zambia, where everyone told me I wouldn't amount to much. And, I was raised in a family where we didn't have a lot of resources. And so if I use that as a decision to be either realistic and say, well, if nobody else around me has changed, and then maybe nothing's going to be good that's going to happen for me as well, chances I wouldn't be here living in Bali as a executive business coach running 6 companies in 5 continents. The thing that got me there, my friends, is optimism. Lucky for me, had friends and had mentors that really believed in me a little bit more, and then basically told me I could do more, a little by little every day. And so for me, I really think that optimism really matters. And that's one of the biggest secret ingredients I've had that's led to my success.
I'm optimistic about the future because I have an unshakable belief in human ingenuity, the ability to be innovative, to be creative.
My values as a young person were centered around kindness, respect, and hard work, with realistic optimism to achieve my goals.
I have great optimism for the future of this country. This pandemic will end, but it's going to take a lot of hope and a lot of optimism to get us through to the other side. And this is where you all come in. All the best.
I'm optimistic because optimism and hope, I use those interchangeably, is my state of mind, not a state of the world.
What makes you optimistic? And truthfully, it is people like you who make me optimistic. People who believe in themselves. People who believe in the value of human rights. People who believe in Mandela's teachings. That is what makes me optimistic. It is you.
See, optimism isn't like, oh, everything is just great, because we know everything isn't just great. There's lots of challenges in the world. There's lots of struggles in the world. There's injustice in the world. An optimist sees that and knows that and says, what can I do to make it better?
And I'd like to still think after 42 years of work, for me, it's always about glass half full. It's always about seeing the best in people, the best in a situation. And I think if that's the approach we take to life, we'll be a long way ahead of where those that don't adopt that similar approach.
Hi, this is my sister Nanda, my dad Michael, and I'm Camilla. And what makes you optimistic?
I find the fact that there are millions of people out there who are old, young, and in the middle, who are ready to take up roles of leadership and make an impact on our world. I find that really, really inspiring.
And somewhat similarly, but with specific focus on your generation, the next generation, I feel really optimistic because I feel that the next generation is not waiting anymore. Is not thinking that they need to learn and grow more before they actually start to make a voice, to take action for themselves. You can see that in the climate marches around the world. And that makes me optimistic. I don't think we have the time to wait for your generation to come around and sort of think that maybe you need to take action. This is the time to take action now. And I see lots of young leaders coming up and making that difference. So that makes me really optimistic.
What makes me so optimistic? You know what makes me optimistic? Young people like you that are eager to make a difference, that are eager to jump in and solve the problems, whether it be pandemic, whether it be racial inequality, maybe social injustice. Because you know, the energy and the optimism of youth, you can't replicate that. There's no substitute for enthusiasm. So thank you for your willingness to jump in and get involved.
What makes me optimistic is my sense of faith, my practice of faith, and really always remembering that we're not alone, that God is with us in all that we do, and we can find God's presence in the people around us if we're willing to be attentive to everything going around us.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Capp, Head of La Trobe Shepparton Campus, and we're delighted to be supporting the 3rd Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit. Congratulations to everyone involved in this event. What gives me cause for optimism is seeing the wonderful work that's happening in our Shepparton community with so many people involved in initiatives to make sure that we're all staying safe and well and connected, that people who need additional support are receiving it, and that in general, no one is falling through the cracks during a very difficult and challenging time for all of us. I'm thinking of things like primary school children writing letters to some of our aged care residents who can't receive visitors and are at risk of being quite isolated. I'm thinking of wonderful community organisations like Foodlink, which connects caterers who need work with families who need help to provide meals, and so many other examples of community members taking extraordinary lengths to ensure that our collective health and well-being is as good as it can be. And I find that really inspiring, and it gives me great cause for optimism and hope in the future.
What makes me optimistic? A very good question. I like to promote creative and innovative thinking, to think outside the square, to ask what is needed to find solutions rather than what's wrong. I like to view failure or mistakes as an opportunity to learn and make progress. Trial and error life experiments.
What makes me optimistic is my positive attitude towards life. I always see the world with eyes full of joy and love. And I truly believe in the power of human connection.
Love makes me optimistic. Love and community, whether it is a connection with the natural world, with our families and our local community, whether it is connection out in the world beyond.
What makes you optimistic?
One of my strong grounds for optimism is our work at Future Voices to help younger people have a tolerant, self-building attitudes and values of positive survival. For example, live and let live. It makes the world better for all. It helps people understand the common values of humanity, making life better for minorities and the majority alike. This is the post-COVID-19 pandemic and beyond optimism message to all. Allow me to quote Mandela's optimistic leadership knowledge. Quote, "What accounts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we make to the lives of the others that will determine the significance of the life we lead."
What makes you an optimistic?
Well, over the past sort of seeing the change, I guess, in the past 10 years, I've seen a massive shift towards multiculturalism, gender equality, as well as workplace fairness.
What are the big issues needing young leaders to step up?
We all have this ability to respond with love, you know, and so prayer and meditation are my practices. It always brings me back to a very similar theme, and that is unconditional love dissolves, unconditional love nurtures courage, all of these things. I have a choice, and those things help to really nurture optimism and this sense of hope, and you know, owning my power.
One of the things that Tyson Yunkaporta has provoked us Indigenous, incredible mind and heart writer and activist, really, an educator, has provoked us here at the Centre for Optimism to look at optimism 2.0, beyond words. What is optimism beyond words? And
optimism is in my DNA, which in a way, as a First Nations person, maybe sounds a little strange, you know, in terms of, as I said, we have a lot perhaps not to be optimistic about, but then we walk in the steps of our ancestors, and so we take all of those lessons and all those pathways, and we are still moving forward, so we have to be optimistic, and so yeah, so that's a pretty powerful, you know, that's like a pretty powerful thing. I think I've always had that, you know, feeling within. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think being in Victoria, you know, you're all aware of our lockdown here. I think what makes me optimistic is that by and large, people have done the right thing, and we're pulling together as a community, which is very important. And I think going forward, we'll pull it together and we'll manage, and our economy will somehow right itself. I know there's a lot of doom and gloom about that, but I'm optimistic that everyone works hard, we'll pull through.
Myself as a musician, I constantly tell myself when I go to study, you know, when I go for many hours to study, I tell myself that that I had to be creative in my own process, because that keeps me inspired too. And if I'm inspired, I'm very happy, no? And that makes me optimistic at the end, no? So for me, the connection that I make is gratitude.
Hope, for me, is the biggest ingredient for optimism.
There's a lot of momentum building in the renewable energy space that can change our world, and also resource recovery. So I'm really optimistic about the conversations that are going on around the world in that space.
You know, I spend a lot of time thinking about things at a macro level, particularly around climate and the environment, et cetera. But thinking at a micro level, which obviously informs the macro level, the thing that's making me optimistic is our staff and our people at Greening Australia. You know, there's 40 of them that have been, you know, basically in place or in lockdown for 6 months now, and they're, you know, the way that they're contributing to each other and supporting each other and still making a contribution to the community is blowing me away. It's a real privilege to actually serve them. So very optimistic about our people and what they're doing for the planet and our community.
I'm optimistic for this region because we have a beautifully diverse community. If we cultivate respect and share our stories and time, there is so much that can be accomplished.
Absolutely everything makes me optimistic, Victor. I think I'm just a bundle of optimism. But today, it's just knowing that the days are longer, that spring's here, that the flowers and blossom are coming out. I'm really optimistic that tomorrow's a minute and a half, 2 minutes longer. I love it.
Perfect. My mom is a very happy person. I think it's our DNA is like that. The positiveness in all the things come to my family. It's our DNA. You're always smiling. It's like... Optimism is the evidence for dreams not yet realized.
Good question. I also have 3 young children as well. So, you know, family and the future for my family and my children and their generations to come is what I certainly believe. The work that I do today and the impact and the legacy that leaves for our future generation is what I believe in, optimism and innovation that goes with that as well.
People who make positive change.
like Anna and Guy and Kelly, they're making a great contribution to society, and that's uplifting people, and that's what we need in Australia today. But we've always had it. It's just a matter of groups like this getting together more and more and making that change and instilling it in the younger generations.
And we know from 6,000 years of recorded history anyway that opportunity always follows difficulty. That recession then is followed by progression, and populist upheaval is usually followed by periods of stability. Back in the Dark Ages and the Black Death in Europe, we saw the flourishing of art and science and literature and education in the period of the Renaissance. That's how history tends to go up and down, as it has for 6,000 years.
The collective wisdom and the collective insights that doing activities like this and doing the festival really have, reinvigorated me. I'm an extrovert, and so I need to be with people and I need to exchange ideas. So that optimism that, yes, like spring, we're emerging out of something. And I think, we're coming back into our humanity. And for me, it's looking about how humanity shapes technology. So, it's great to be able to be with like-minded people and keep pursuing these, a society we want.
That is one of the great habits of the optimist. When I asked Bill George, the author of True North, that great business book, I asked him what makes him optimistic. It was exactly the same as you. He said, being surrounded by positive people, what a blessing. And that's the guru of leadership.
You always make me optimistic, Victor, but
I want to know something else.
Absolutely. But look, I think all of the experiences I've had with various people through COVID and the resilience of people that are around, everyone's finding it tough and finding different experiences. But by and large, I think the resilience and the positivity and the way that people have really reached out to help people in this difficult time rather than sort of cocoon by and large, I think has been really, really enlightening and certainly generating a lot of optimism. So that's certainly for me at the moment, and being president of a soccer club. And
look, it's just the ability to follow passion for me. And I think we all, have passions, but often we invest in activities or people or things that aren't necessarily aligned with those passions. And for me, it comes down to, absolutely being able to, really express that passion authentically.
Optimism is probably one of the things that keeps people going.
And what makes me optimistic, there's been a lot of sort of reference to kind of collaboration and sort of humanity, but and whilst I also agree on all of what was said there, I also think technology makes me very optimistic because it empowers us to tackle global problems on a global scale, and because of course technology operates at that level, it gives us an incredible sort of outreach and an ability to really change the world on that sort of on that scale. So,
yeah, well, I'm naturally an optimistic person anyway, so that's so just generally optimistic about life.
Empathy.
Empathy.
Yeah, I think it's a complex question. I think where society generally, particularly online, everyone's kind of geared towards pessimism. And I think if this was a forum of complaining about what was wrong with everything, we might see some different numbers. I think it's really refreshing to see a group of people talking about the positive side. And I think you have to have a dose of questions. It can't all be sunshine and roses, but I think people who... Costa Georgiadis, the gardening guy, he epitomises that for me, optimism. He has a glow about him and a magnetism. And I think if we can tap into that side of ourselves more through our businesses, through our relationships, through that empathy, and he has amazing empathy. I met him when he was in Albury, and it was just this old soul with a warm glow and on the front foot in a positive way. I thought, everyone could learn from a guy like this. I think he encapsulates optimism. That person like Costa, I don't know if some of you may not know Costa, but he's the guy with the massive beard, the black hair. Is a real character. I think empathy, I think having the capacity to connect with others from their point of view and reflect their needs. I think that's a big part of it for me.
Next question. What are the big issues needing young leaders to step up? I mean, look, there are so many issues, right? Environmental issues, political issues, social issues. But to me, the biggest issue is a lack of kindness in our political system, is our lack of kindness to each other. You turn on the news and you see people screaming at each other, and you see politicians behaving like children. And the truth is that you are the future. And if you can go out into the world and create change with an empathetic heart, the world will sit up and listen.
Clearly, the major issue now needing young leaders to stand up is the COVID-19 emergency. We need our young leaders to stand up, have a voice, and help young people in our state understand that this virus is real, it is deadly, and they are not immune. Young people listen to their friends, they listen to their peers, so we need our young leaders to be strong and have their say. Another is changing climate. Now this year, Greater Shepparton City Council declared a climate emergency and adopted a 2030 zero carbon emission target. Our climate is changing, and it is the future of our young people which will be most affected. This movement really has already been led by the younger generation, which has been amazing to see. In Greater Shepparton, we have a project called the Shepparton Statement, which calls on our younger community members to have their say on climate change. We need our young leaders to contribute to push for change in this space. You will be heard, you will be supported, and with everyone's support, you will shape the future.
So what are the biggest issues that maybe, needing young people to step up? To be honest, it's a very hard question. I think young people now, unlike when I was growing up, have a lot more distractions, a lot more options in life. And I think maybe counter to what other people might advise, I've come across some research that actually works in my business, where we found that, if you, for example, have a tennis ball and throw it to a young person, they can probably focus on one thing and catch it, right? So imagine the tennis ball is a metaphor for opportunities. Now, let's just say now I give you 10 tennis balls and I say, hey, you want all 10? And you're like, sure, I would love to make more money. I would love to have more friends. I would love to have more jobs. I would love to have more businesses. And then I throw all 10 at the same time at you. What's going to happen? You're probably not going to catch any ball. And this is a sad reality, I think. For one of the biggest issues I find in the young people today is that because of our social media, Facebook, smartphones, computers, access to internet, we have so much opportunity and ideas bombarding us at the same time. And I think what leaders need to step up into is maybe getting some guidance around how to focus on one thing. That's right. It's very, very hard to do. And I think it's a good thing. I'm a big believer in having many, many passions. But the sooner you can get to focusing on what you want to do in your life and how you want to make money in your life, and then what skills you think you might need to be successful in that particular craft, area, business, position, job, call it what you want, and then just try and focus on that one thing. I think that's going to help a lot. So hopefully we can share more of that. The third is how how does my leadership actually help me when I was young, set me up in today? Well, for me, I think what was my biggest saving grace, my friends, is one of the biggest things I think young leaders need is a sense of curiosity. That's being able to be excited about anything that is different to you. So it might be, you know, if you're from African background like me, I was super curious about how Aboriginals lived. I was curious about how the Western world worked. So I wanted to travel to those places and go experience it for myself. I was also curious about people who maybe had different situations to me. You know, I grew up as a farm boy in Zambia, Africa, and yet I met other people who were city people. You know, they did different things. Or I might have watched a movie and was inspired by someone who just did something that was just so foreign out of my world, but I was very, very curious. So I think one of the biggest things young people can do as a person is step back and get very curious about things that are different. Don't judge them too quickly. And if you're young, try and do more new things and just have a little bit of courage to understand that you're going to make a lot of mistakes, but it's in those mistakes that you actually learn. So I really hope some of you guys can get something out of that. And the last part is, what would young people need to study, I think, to do what I do? I guess for me, it's a funny one. One of the biggest lessons I think I have that have helped me in my success today in business, at least, and leadership, and coaching that at the moment, is just telling people to, again, study, you know, biographies of the great people, you know, get interested in things like social skills, get interested in negotiation skills, get interested in understanding your own personality and what makes you tick, what are your strengths or weaknesses, get interested in conflict resolution. How do you overcome a negative situation? Maybe you get into an argument with a friend or a teacher or a leader or a parent. How can you use the right tools to influence that situation so it doesn't become very negative for you? And I think the last one is, I think as a young person, I was always interested in reading. And I don't know if we can count that as study, but I think it's one thing to go to school and get a good education. And I'm a big believer in that. But, you know, I have a son. I think if I were to give him advice, I would rather, if I had everything taken away, including his school, what is the one thing I'd want him to study? I would want him to study the ability to learn. I'd really want him to know how to learn. So what I mean by that is, it's one thing to go get a curriculum and the teacher gives you mathematics and you have to read the book and repeat what he said. It's another thing for you to go study how the brain works in terms of how you retain information. It's another thing in speed reading, maybe. It's another thing in how to have comprehension skills, how to translate that information so you can communicate it to your friends and others. These other parts is what I feel education is all about, which is to induce from within gifts, being able for you to learn how to study any field anytime and be able to command confidence because you actually understand things at the root issue. So this is beyond schooling, my friends, or at least formal education. I've learned this, unfortunately, later on in my life, about the ability to be able to learn. And what that did for me is it allowed me then to get curious, if you remember that, to go back into being able to learn anything about any topic. And that served me so well in business, because no matter whether there's a trend in business, technology, and programming, I know how to learn. I follow a system of how to do that. If I want to learn about a new language, I know how to learn and have a system to follow to do that. So I really hope that inspires you guys to get curious about that. And if you have any questions for me about anything, I'll be hopefully at the summit able to introduce a few people. But later on, I'd love to connect with you guys on chats if we have the opportunity, or on social media afterwards. So I wish you the very, very best on the summit as well. And really, really wanted to congratulate everyone and encourage you guys to really sign up and join this event, because you'll be able to meet with people who can really help you grow and deal with some of the situations or difficult times that we're in, but how to basically turn the lemon into lemonade so that you can seize that opportunity and look back maybe 5 years from now when the pandemic is gone and say, I'm so glad I attended this event because I got the skills I needed to be.
What are the big issues needing young leaders to step up in? Well, I think it's inclusion. I think we need young leaders like you to be loving, to be caring, and to be inclusive, to make sure that no one's left out. You know, whether you're rich or you're poor, you're black or you're white, or whatever color you are, let's make sure that we all remember this, that we're all brothers and sisters, that we're all human, that we all deserve a little bit of happiness in life. And you know,
we too in Australia have our own share of challenges at the moment, care of the pandemic. They can't be compared in any way with spending decades in jail, but they are deep and everlasting challenges nonetheless. And my advice to young Australians is to simply get involved. The rebuilding of our society, of our economy, of our way of life is not going to take months or years, it's going to take several years. Get involved, raise your voice, play your part, be it at a local, a community level, a state level, a national level. Youthful enthusiasm, youthful vigour is something that this country is going to need in large numbers over the course of the next couple of years, if not the next decades. I have great optimism for the future of this country. This pandemic will end, but it's going to take a lot of hope and a lot of optimism to get us through to the other side. And this is where you all come in. All the best.
What are the big issues that need young leaders to step up?
There are many issues around the world at the moment. Not the least of them, of course, is the current crisis of COVID. But I would think that in amongst all the issues, including geopolitics and environment and human rights issues right around the world, is the two most prominent issues that we need to deal with now is bring back balance into our leadership. So there's more feminine wisdom that is driving our decisions collectively and individually, and deal with the climate, the very rapid climate change that we're facing. So I tend to say that if you want to take action in places that are really relevant to our future, it's either in raising the feminine or lowering temperature. I would say these are the prime ones.
The big issues that young leaders need to step up to today, we're doing a really good job these days of using our voices. But I think we really need to pause and consider whether we can hear each other. And so right now, for all of us globally, I think the skill of listening is one that we also need to practice attentively and try and break down the things that separate us and look for those things that unite us and remind us of our common humanity.
What are the big issues that young leaders need to step up?
Issues include sustainability, achieving sustainable development goals, the environment, equity and fairness, global share of the resources, universal peace for, and indeed learning how to learn from own environment and through each individual's cognitive and metacognitive, affective and motivational learning models.
In our research, and this is over 20 years of research in leadership, the greatest leaders that I have ever known assumed positive intent about the people around them. What does that mean? It means that I'm going to assume that you're trying to do a good job, and in trying to do a good job, you might make mistakes, and that's okay. It's okay to make mistakes. We can fix the mistake. You are not the problem. You have a problem. So collectively, let's get together and solve that problem. Let's not assume negative intent. In other words, because, oh, you're from such a place, then you must not be a good person. Let's assume that everybody is a good person until proven wrong. Let's assume positive intent about each other.
Hi, my name is Victoria, and I am school captain from St. George's Road Primary School. I am really excited for this Nelson Mandela Summit because it builds up networks, leadership, and confidence.
Victoria, what makes you optimistic?
I just start looking at the down things of life, and I get a lot of support from my family members, my friends, and my teachers and my mentors.
Why should people come to this summit?
Because you're going to experience a whole lot of different things, and it'll be a great way to become more optimistic.
What would you like to tell everyone?
What makes you optimistic? By coming to this summit, it will be a great way for you to start being more optimistic.
I'm Jacob Gold. I live in Colorado in the United States, and I go to Regis Jesuit High School.
And Jacob, tell me what you're going to be doing.
I'm going to be attending the Nelson Mandela Leadership Summit this year.
And why do you think it's necessary for youth to be involved in that summit?
I think that it promotes leadership and taking action on issues that you believe need action taken. I believe that leadership is important in order to foster a better world in the future, as well as the fact that we're going to be the next generation and we're going to need to have those skills of being able to take action and at least talk to the people who are in charge of taking that action.
And Jacob, do you have any concerns about the environment and the climate you want to share?
I do. I think we've waited a long time to take action on the climate crisis that we're slowly digging ourselves into. And because of that inaction, we could be facing some very serious consequences in the future if action isn't taken.
And Jacob, what do you propose to be a positive solution in that regard? What do you think should happen?
I think the main thing is talking to your representatives in government, is, convincing them that this is an issue that needs to be focused on more and more every day, and that we need to fix the problem before it gets worse.
And Jacob, tell me what makes you optimistic about considering having a voice in the future.
I think my generation has been very outspoken on issues where they need to be, on issues that threaten them, and I think that because of that, speaking out, I think we'll be a lot better off in the future.
At the moment, life is very different to what we are used to. The current global pandemic has radically changed the world around us. Particularly as a young person, thinking about the future can be daunting. However, we need to remember that decisions made by today's leaders will have a huge impact on how we live the rest of our lives. That is why it is vital that we, as young people, engage in these decisions with optimism and strength. On Tuesday the 15th of September, the third Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit will take place. The theme of this year's summit is young people leading with optimism through the pandemic and beyond. We are encouraging young people to come together and talk with leaders from the fields of science, commerce, business, education, and diplomacy. The exceptional array of guest speakers include Dr. Amanda Caples, Victoria's lead scientist, Michael Klein, the US Consul General to Melbourne, Andrew Compston, the State Director of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Karen Sobels, the President at the Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ken Murray, Educator and Campus Principal at the Wanganui campus of the Greater Shepparton Secondary College, Margaret Hepworth from the Gandhi Experiment, and Victor Purton, the Chief Optimism Officer from the Centre for Optimism. We're inviting you to learn from their experiences, hear what they have to say on the topic of leadership and optimism, and to offer your own insights as a young leader. As young people, we can utilise our passion and optimism to help pave the path forward. We are the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and activists. And through the Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit, we have the opportunity to actively participate in these discussions. Have your voice heard and sign up today.
Hi everyone, Ken Murray, Wanganui Campus Principal of the Greater Shepparton Secondary College. I think if I was to create a better world, I'd want three key ingredients. It'd be youth, leadership and optimism. Because I think when you bring those together, it does create something pretty special. I'm enjoying a rare opportunity to be in the outdoors today in the sunshine without a mask, and some of those simple pleasures that we've not become accustomed to lately. I look forward to those returning, and we will, and go back to those things that we do enjoy. The Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit, coming up shortly, brings together a diverse range of people, some young, some not so young, but with one common trait, and that is optimism. I'll be involved in the day, and I'd encourage you to do the same. Look, we're all busy people, and it takes 2 hours, and you could probably find other things to do in that 2 hours, but I'd encourage you to tune in, to get involved, and then, potentially you might ignite a passion within you and find something that goes on to make Greater Shepparton, Victoria, Australia, and in the world a better place to be in. I look forward to seeing you then. Thanks.
Hey everyone, so my name is Anna Somali and I just want to talk to you guys about the upcoming Youth Summit organised by Future Voices and the Gandhi Experiment, coming up this 15th of August, 10 a.m. Australian East Coast time. So this year's theme is titled Young People Leading with Optimism Through the Pandemic and Beyond. And honestly, as a young person, studying online in these unexpected times, it is quite difficult to stay motivated and optimistic about the future. However, as a Future Voice alumni, I just wanted to talk to you guys about Future Voices and how it had solidified my passion to study law. So just like any other young person, you attend school and to some extent you have an idea on what you want to become. But just like the majority of us, you lack experience, you have no idea how to get there, you lack connections, and you just don't have experience in the industries you want to work in. However, with the program, you'll be exposed to various industries, people, opportunities, and most importantly, you will acquire knowledge and skills that will fundamentally prepare you for the future. I cannot emphasize that enough. So if this interests you, come along and participate within the Youth Summit and hear from prominent leaders and speakers such as Dr. Amanda Caples, Victor Purton, Margaret Hepworth, Kaylin Sobbles, Consul General Michael Kieran, and Andrew Cupston. So hope to see you there. Bye for now.
Right now, the world is very different to what we are used to. The global pandemic has changed life as we know it. As a young person, I know that it can be particularly daunting to think about the future. But decisions made by today's leaders will continue to impact our lives for years to come. That's why it's so important that we continue to engage with those decisions with strength and with optimism. On Tuesday, 15th of September, the third Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit will take place. The theme for the summit is young people leading with optimism through the pandemic and beyond. We encourage you to come together with leaders in the fields of science, diplomacy, business, commerce, and education to learn from them and give your own insights. The exceptional array of speakers for the event include Karen Sabals, President of the Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Amanda Caples, Victoria's lead scientist, Michael F. Klein, the USA Consul General of Melbourne, Andrew Cupston, State Director of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Ken Murray, educator and campus principal at the Wanganui campus of the Greater Shepparton Secondary College, Margaret Hepworth from the Gandhi Experiment, and Victor Purton, the Chief Optimism Officer for the Centre for Optimism. Learn from their experiences, hear what they have to say, and give your own insights as well. As young people, we can utilize our passion and optimism to help pave the path forward. We are the next generation of leaders, thinkers, and activists, and through the Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit, we have the opportunity to actively participate in these discussions. Sign up today and have your voice heard.
Good day. I want to commend Mr. Rashidi Sumaili for keeping President Nelson Mandela's name and legacy alive. And so much better if that investment is in the lives of the younger generation. I'm optimistic about the future because I have an unshakable belief in human ingenuity, the ability to be innovative, to be creative. We are at a very difficult place at the moment, but it is not the first time that as the human race, we are where we are now. After the flu pandemic in the 1918s, we were despondent, but the human race responded by being creative, innovative, accepting the challenges, And the result was the roaring 20s, economies growing, new innovations. We have the same challenge now. The challenge for the younger generation is to provide leadership, to accept the responsibility to be leaders, be it in the economy, politics, education, community work. There are challenges all over. One of the best definitions that I have ever heard of leadership is that leadership is the ability to be on your way somewhere, to know where that somewhere is, but also have the ability to convince people to join you on that journey. When I was a young person, our country, South Africa, was still divided. We had a policy of apartheid. Black people and white people were divided, separate residential areas, separate schools, almost no contact. And in the 1980s, when I was a student, I accepted the responsibility to challenge this conventional wisdom. And I led a number of delegations made up by white students to meet with black students, not only in South Africa, but also with the liberation movements, which at that stage were banned from the country. And I have no doubt that in a small way, that contributed to a better understanding in our country. I also had the privilege in serving in our first democratic parliament from 1994. I was there for 25 years, but for the first 5 years, I served there with Mr. Nelson Mandela as our first democratic president, the father of our nation. And yes, there are many lessons that one learned from him. But for me, one of the most important lessons is the ability to put yourself in the shoes of your interlocutor, of your opponent, and to understand why that person takes that position. And I have no doubt that over the decades, that is what provided the opportunities in our country to find solutions. Because we had a leader like President Mandela, who had that rare ability to not only think about his own agenda, what he wanted to achieve, his objectives, his organization's objectives, but also understanding what actually was behind what his opponents and interlocutors wanted. And that is a rare ability. And that, I feel, is sometimes what we miss in the world now. Leaders with that ability to understand his or her interlocutor and at the same time have the ability to find solutions. All of the best with your initiative, and I wish you every success. Thank you.
I had the great pleasure, the great privilege, the great honour of meeting Nelson Mandela when he visited Sydney back in 1990, shortly after being released from jail in South Africa. I recall many things about that visit. I recall Nelson Mandela's very firm handshake, his beautiful smile, but I deeply, fondly remember the optimism, the hope springing from his speeches. Let's not forget this was a man who had just spent decades in that prison, who had lived life with the sheer indignities that it involved in apartheid South Africa, speaking with great hope for the future of his country. He, of course, went on to become South Africa's president, but at the time, his country still faced so many challenges. But the hope is something I remember coming from his speeches, from all of those comments he made on that visit. We too in Australia have our own share of challenges at the moment, care of the pandemic. They can't be compared in any way with spending decades in jail, but they are deep and everlasting challenges nonetheless. And my advice to young Australians is to simply get involved. The rebuilding of our society, of our economy, of our way of life is not going to take months or years, it's going to take several years. Get involved, raise your voice, play your part, be it at a local, a community level, a state level, a national level. Youthful enthusiasm, youthful vigour is something that this country is going to need in large numbers over the course of the next couple of years, if not the next decades. I have great optimism for the future of this country. This pandemic will end, but it's going to take a lot of hope and a lot of optimism to get us through to the other side. And this is where you all come in. All the best.
Hey everyone, it's Leon Logothetis here, aka The Kindness Guy. I'm so excited to be a tiny part of the Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit for refugee and migrant youth. Mandela has always been a hero of mine, my entire life. And although I won't be at the summit in person, I hope this video adds a little more inspiration. And literally, this is the book I'm currently reading, The Long Walk to Freedom. So some of the questions I've been asked to answer are, what makes you optimistic? And truthfully, it is people like you who make me optimistic. People who believe in themselves. People who believe in the value of human rights. People who believe in Mandela's teachings. That is what makes me optimistic. It is you. Next question. What are the big issues needing young leaders to step up? I mean, look, there are so many issues, right? Environmental issues, political issues, social issues. But to me, the biggest issue is a lack of kindness in our political system, is our lack of kindness to each other. You turn on the news and you see people screaming at each other, and you see politicians behaving like children. And the truth is that you are the future. And if you can go out into the world and create change with an empathetic heart, the world will sit up and listen. The next question, how did your leadership when young set you up for what you are doing today? Well, I was always told by my parents to be of service. I was always told by my parents to give back. And that is what I try and do. Look, I don't do it perfectly, who does? But that is one of the most important things. As the leaders of the future, it is your responsibility to serve. It is your responsibility to give back. That is what I'm counting on. That is one of the reasons why I did what I did today. I want you to be that service-orientated leader. So the last question, what would a young person study and do what you do? Look, read a lot of books, but most importantly, go out into the world, travel, meet people, inspire others, be inspired, watch documentaries, learn, know that you don't know everything by any stretch of the imagination. Become your best self every day, every moment. Be to the best of your ability, like Nelson Mandela. That is the reality. That is how you do it. You follow the greats. You follow the greats. Thank you so much for having me. And I may not be able to be at the event, as I said, but I will be with all of you in spirit. Namaste.
I had the great pleasure, the great privilege, the great honour of meeting Nelson Mandela when he visited Sydney back in 1990, shortly after being released from jail in South Africa. I recall many things about that visit. I recall Nelson Mandela's very firm handshake, his beautiful smile, but I deeply, fondly remember the optimism, the hope springing from his speeches. Let's not forget this was a man who had just spent decades in that prison, who had lived life with the sheer indignities that it involved in apartheid South Africa, speaking with great hope for the future of his country. He, of course, went on to become South Africa's president, but at the time, his country still faced so many challenges, but the hope is something I remember coming from his speeches, from all of those comments he made on that visit. We too in Australia have our own share of challenges at the moment, care of the pandemic. They can't be compared in any way with spending decades in jail, but they are deep and everlasting challenges nonetheless. And my advice to young Australians is to simply get involved. The rebuilding of our society, of our economy, of our way of life is not going to take months or years, it's going to take several years. Get involved, raise your voice, play your part, be it at a local, a community level, a state level, a national level. Youthful enthusiasm, youthful vigour is something that this country is going to need in large numbers over the course of the next couple of years, if not the next decades. I have great optimism for the future of this country. This pandemic will end, but it's going to take a lot of hope and a lot of optimism to get us through to the other side, and this is where you all come in. All the best.
Good day. I want to commend Mr. Rashidi Sumaili for keeping President Nelson Mandela's name and legacy alive. And so much better if that investment is in the lives of the younger generation. I'm optimistic about the future because I have an unshakable belief in human ingenuity, the ability to be innovative, to be creative. We are at a very difficult place at the moment, but it is not the first time that as the human race, we are where we are now. After the flu pandemic in the 1918s, we were despondent, but the human race responded by being creative, innovative, accepting the challenges. And the result was the roaring 20s, economies growing, new innovations. We have the same challenge now. The challenge for the younger generation is to provide leadership, to accept the responsibility to be leaders, be it in the economy, politics, education, community work. There are challenges all over. One of the best definitions that I have ever heard of leadership is that leadership is the ability to be on your way somewhere, to know where that somewhere is, but also have the ability to convince people to join you on that journey. When I was a young person, our country, South Africa, was still divided. We had a policy of apartheid. Black people and white people were divided, separate residential areas, separate schools, almost no contact. And in the 1980s, when I was a student, I accepted the responsibility to challenge this conventional wisdom. And I led a number of delegations made up by white students to meet with black students, not only in South Africa, but also with the liberation movements, which at that stage were banned from the country. And I have no doubt that in a small way, that contributed to a better understanding in our country. I also had the privilege in serving in our first democratic parliament from 1994. I was there for 25 years, but for the first 5 years, I served there with Mr. Nelson Mandela as our first democratic president, the father of our nation. And yes, there are many lessons that one learned from him. But for me, one of the most important lessons is the ability to put yourself in the shoes of your interlocutor, of your opponent, and to understand why that person takes that position. And I have no doubt that over the decades, that is what provided the opportunities in our country to find solutions. Because we had a leader like President Mandela, who had that rare ability to not only think about his own agenda, what he wanted to achieve, his objectives, his organization's objectives, but also understanding what actually was behind what his opponents and interlocutors wanted. And that is a rare ability. And that, I feel, is sometimes what we miss in the world now. Leaders with that ability to understand his or her interlocutor and at the same time have the ability to find solutions. All of the best with your initiative, and I wish you every success. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Steve Gross and I am the Chief Playmaker of the Life is Good Kids Foundation. Thank you for taking some time to listen to a little message from me. And what I want to do is I want to share with you a message that my dad shared with me. And when I was, I don't know, maybe 10 years old, my dad said, Steve, nobody in the world has control over being born. We're just born. We don't ask to be born. And most people at some point will have no control over the fact that they're going to die. People and all living things at some point die. So he's like, we don't have a choice. We don't have control over being born. And we don't have a control or choice about dying. But what we do have control over is our ability to make somebody else's journey from birth to death better because we were there to help along the way. To me, that's what being an optimist is about. It's about seeing the value that you have as a person, seeing the value that other people have in their goodness, and then being able to share your goodness with them. Optimism is also about being able to see opportunities and solutions amidst the obstacles. See, optimism isn't like, oh, everything is just great, because we know everything isn't just great. There's lots of challenges in the world. There's lots of struggles in the world. There's injustice in the world. An optimist sees that and knows that and says, what can I do to make it better? How can I leverage the good in myself, the good in others, and the opportunities in the world to make life better for other people? That's what being an optimist is about. And you can do it in a million different ways. It doesn't matter what you decide to do or be when you grow up. It doesn't matter if you want to be a doctor or a lawyer or a teacher or a plumber or a carpenter or a dancer or an artist. It doesn't matter what you do. It's the how and why you do it. Do you do it with a sense of love and compassion and gratitude? Do you have fun and smile and bring a joyful vibe to what you do? That's kind of the how. And the why, do you do it in a way that makes the world better, that helps people? Man, a plumber helps people every day by making sure they get clean water. A dancer helps people if they say, I want to dance because I want to inspire people. And I want to allow people to enjoy beauty. So don't worry so much about what you want to be or what you want to do. Just focus on the how and why you do it. And you'll find your magic and you'll find your passion, and then use that to grow the good in the world. The world needs you now more than ever, and I know you guys are going to deliver in your own special way. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you all, and I wish you all the best.
Hi guys, it's Aaron Machano here. I'm the chairman and CEO of Leaders of Tomorrow Group. We're actually an organization that's really passionate about empowering, equipping, and connecting entrepreneurs, young and old, to help them fulfill their dreams by serving through projects that help the community as well. So I'm really grateful for being able to be invited into this summit, and wanted to maybe share with you guys my gratitude and congratulations to all the young attendees that have invested the time during these new times, just to learn a little bit more about leadership, and also attend and connect with other people, mentors, and just be in an environment that's a bit more positive around the Nelson Mandela Regional Youth Summit. So just wanted to acknowledge you guys for doing that, and to say that you're really, really special. To make the time to do that, because in this time a lot of people may be hanging out and complaining about what's happening, and some people have been very badly affected by this pandemic. But all that to say, not putting any or dismissing any of those situations, because it's been very difficult for all of us. It's really, really good to at least make a different decision, to get around some people who maybe have solutions, some positive insights, and just to mingle and share ideas like you guys are doing at the summit. So you are a very rare person, and I wanted to say congratulations for attending, and please make the effort to attend. So a little bit about me, and I guess maybe why I was invited to share a few things and answer some questions with you. I was a refugee asylum seeker who migrated to Australia at the age of 16. And so maybe perhaps I have a little bit of experience in, some of my friends who came with me and myself. And I guess what I could say to the question of what makes me optimistic is that from my experience, I've just learned that, it's one thing to be very practical. It's another thing to be very realistic. And it's another thing to be very positive and optimistic, because if I was to be just practical and maybe negative, I may still have been left in my home country of Zambia, where everyone told me I wouldn't amount to much. And, I was raised in a family where we didn't have a lot of resources. And so if I use that as a decision to be either realistic and say, well, if nobody else around me has changed, and then maybe nothing's going to be good that's going to happen for me as well, chances I wouldn't be here living in Bali as a executive business coach running 6 companies in 5 continents. The thing that got me there, my friends, is optimism. Lucky for me, had friends and had mentors that really believed in me a little bit more, and then basically told me I could do more, a little by little every day. And so for me, I really think that optimism really matters. And that's one of the biggest secret ingredients I've had that's led to my success in the last years after I was 16. So what are the biggest issues that maybe, needing young people to step up? To be honest, it's a very hard question. I think young people now, unlike when I was growing up, have a lot more distractions, a lot more options in life. And I think maybe counter to what other people might advise, I've come across some research that actually works in my business, where we found that, if you, for example, have a tennis ball and throw it to a young person, they can probably focus on one thing and catch it, right? So imagine the tennis ball is a metaphor for opportunities. Now, let's just say now I give you 10 tennis balls and I say, hey, you want all 10? And you're like, sure, I would love to make more money. I would love to have more friends. I would love to have more jobs. I would love to have more businesses. And then I throw all 10 at the same time at you. What's going to happen? You're probably not going to catch any ball. And this is a sad reality, I think. For one of the biggest issues I find in the young people today is that because of our social media, Facebook, smartphones, computers, access to internet, we have so much opportunity and ideas bombarding us at the same time. And I think what leaders need to step up into is maybe getting some guidance around how to focus on one thing. That's right. It's very, very hard to do. And I think it's a good thing. I'm a big believer in having many, many passions. But the sooner you can get to focusing on what you want to do in your life, and how you want to make money in your life, and then what skills you think you might need to be successful in that particular craft area, business, position, job, call it what you want, and then just try and focus on that one thing. I think that's going to help a lot. So hopefully we can share more of that. The third is how does my leadership actually help me when I was young set me up in today? Well, for me, I think what was my biggest saving grace, my friends, is one of the biggest things I think young leaders need is a sense of curiosity. That's being able to be excited about anything that is different to you. So it might be, if you're from African background like me, I was super curious about how Aboriginals lived. I was curious about how the Western world worked. So I wanted to travel to those places and go experience it for myself. I was also curious about people who maybe had different situations to me. I grew up as a farm boy in Zambia, Africa, and yet I met other people who were city people. They did different things. Or I might have watched a movie and was inspired by someone who just did something that was just so foreign out of my world, but I was very, very curious. So I think one of the biggest things young people can do as a person is step back and get very curious about things that are different. Don't judge them too quickly. And if you're young, try and do more new things and just have a little bit of courage to understand that you're going to make a lot of mistakes, but it's in those mistakes that you actually learn. So I really hope some of you guys can get something out of that. And the last part is, what would young people need to study, I think, to do what I do? I guess for me, it's a funny one. One of the biggest lessons I think I have that have helped me in my success today in business, at least, and leadership, and coaching that at the moment, is just telling people to, again, study, biographies of the great people, get interested in things like social skills, get interested in negotiation skills, get interested in understanding your own personality and what makes you tick, what are your strengths and weaknesses, get interested in conflict resolution. How do you overcome a negative situation? Maybe you get into an argument with a friend or a teacher or a leader or a parent. How can you use the right tools to influence that situation so it doesn't become very negative for you? And I think the last one is, I think as a young person, I was always interested in reading. And I don't know if we can count that as study, but I think it's one thing to go to school and get a good education, and I'm a big believer in that. But, I have a son. I think if I were to give him advice, I would rather, if I had everything taken away, including his school, what is the one thing I'd want him to study? I would want him to study the ability to learn. I'd really want him to know how to learn. So what I mean by that is, it's one thing to go get a curriculum and the teacher gives you mathematics and you have to read the book and repeat what he said. It's another thing for you to go study how the brain works in terms of how you retain information. It's another thing in speed reading, maybe. It's another thing in how to have comprehension skills, how to translate that information so you can communicate it to your friends and others. These other parts is what I feel education is all about, which is to induce from within gifts, being able for you to learn how to study any field, anytime, and be able to command confidence because you actually understand things at the root issue. So this is beyond schooling, my friends, or at least formal education. I've learned this, unfortunately, later on in my life, about the ability to be able to learn. And what that did for me is it allowed me then to get curious, if you remember that, to go back into being able to learn anything about any topic. And that served me so well in business, because no matter whether there's a trend in business, technology, I'm programming, I know how to learn. I follow a system of how to do that. If I want to learn about a new language, I know how to learn and have a system to follow to do that. So I really hope that inspires you guys to get curious about that. And if you have any questions for me about anything, I'll be hopefully at the summit able to introduce a few people. But later on, I'd love to connect with you guys on chats if we have the opportunity, or on social media afterwards. So I wish you the very, very best on the summit as well. And really, really wanted to congratulate everyone and encourage you guys to really sign up and join this event, because you'll be able to meet with people who can really help you grow and deal with some of the situations or difficult times that we're in, but how to basically turn the lemon into lemonade so that you can seize that opportunity and look back maybe 5 years from now when the pandemic is gone and say, I'm so glad I attended this event because I got the skills I needed to become a great leader. So I wish you all the success. Thank you very much. It's Aaron Mashano here.
Hi, Andrew Crisp, Emergency Management Commissioner. Well, it's great to join you. Unfortunately, I can't do it physically, or you can't get together physically as you normally would for this particular summit. And for me, I've been asked to speak about young people, about optimism and about the future. And I guess my starting position in relation to that, I think the world's in really, really good hands at the moment. I am so impressed by the young people that I come into contact with, that I listen to, that I see on the television. I think it's a very active generation at the moment that's prepared to stand up for what they believe in, and we've seen incredible examples with regards to climate change, with school children taking to the streets, and we should listen to that. And I reflect on when I was at the same age, and I'll say, I was pretty selfish. It was all about me. I wanted to play sport. I wanted to catch up with my mates. I really didn't take too much interest in social causes and the things that have generated a lot more interest for me as I've got older. So I think young people have got a bad rap by some people up to this point in time. So I just want to say, I think you're doing an absolutely amazing job. And we know that there are young people that come from different backgrounds, that they come from troubled times and challenging backgrounds, and that doesn't matter whether you're a refugee from migrant community or from other communities. We all face our challenges. You know, I recall myself. I came to Australia when I was 12 years old from England, and I absolutely hated it. Hated it so much that I remember one day I was walking to school. We were living up in Newcastle in New South Wales. That I actually I threw myself into a drain, and so I became wet, and I had to go home and say, well, you know, I can't go to school now. It got to a point where my parents were seriously thinking about sending me back to England to live with my grandparents. But it's about persevering. You know, as I said, we all have tough times in our lives, and we've got to get over that. And as young people, I know you're absorbing from so many people, so many pieces of information. And I guess it's that thing for me about, and I'd like to still think after 42 years of work, for me, it's always about glass half full. You know, it's always about seeing the best in people, the best in a situation. And I think if that's the approach we take to life, we'll be a long way ahead of where those that don't adopt that similar approach. For me, it's always also been about keeping your options open. You know, you might have a plan in relation to where you're going with school or a course after school. In my career, my police career, it was always about, I thought I'd go down that particular path, but invariably another opportunity came up and I took it. And 99% of the time it worked out in my favour. So I guess, you know, for me it's about always keep your options open. You know, don't shut down anything. Just think it through. And sometimes it'll be your gut that will tell you that. It doesn't matter. You might have many, many years of experience, but in yourself, you'll know what the right thing to do is. Look, I could talk for a long time on this, but I will leave it there. But I certainly look forward to, and I hope I get an invitation next year and where we can actually come together physically. But as I said, just stay positive. You know, I know we're living and studying and working in this COVID environment at the moment. You know, I know it's become a cliche, but we'll get through this together. But it is important that you look after yourselves, you look after each other. Today is Are You OK Day. And it doesn't matter how old you are. It certainly doesn't hurt to ask a mate, ask a friend, are you okay? So thank you, take care.
Well, as we wade our way through this pandemic, what makes me optimistic is seeing just how our community has banded together to overcome it. Our residents here in Greater Shepparton have put each other's health first and continue to act in a COVID-19 safe way, which really does build my confidence that we will get to the other side of this. It makes me optimistic for what we can achieve as a region once we are past this virus. Another thing that makes me optimistic is the opportunity we have for growth here in Greater Shepparton. Now, prior to the pandemic, we were really building our reputation as a bold and exciting regional city. And while work is continuing on this in the background, I can't wait to see this really ramped up again once restrictions have lifted and we are back to a new normal. We have had some terrific support from the state and federal government in recent times, which has positioned us so well to make the most of the opportunities that will present following the pandemic. And there will be plenty of them. I'm so optimistic about that. Clearly, the major issue now needing young leaders to stand up is the COVID-19 emergency. We need our young leaders to stand up, have a voice, and help young people in our state understand that this virus is real, it is deadly, and they are not immune. Young people listen to their friends, they listen to their peers, so we need our young leaders to be strong and have their say. Another is our changing climate. Now, this year, Greater Shepparton City Council declared a climate emergency and adopted a 2030 zero carbon emission target. Our climate is changing, and it is the future of our young people which will be most affected. This movement really has already been led by the younger generation, which has been amazing to see. In Greater Shepparton, we have a project called the Shepparton Statement, which calls on our younger community members to have their say on climate change. We need our young leaders to contribute to push for change in this space. You will be heard, you will be supported, and with everyone's support, you will shape the future. As a teenager, I was a happy-go-lucky person who took things in life as they came along. Growing into a young adult and going through life's challenges that came my way, I dealt with them with a glass half full approach. That is, the attitude to solve problems with positivity and looking at the brighter side of life. I strongly believed in 2 P's, which were patience and persistence when attempting to remove the stumbling blocks standing on my way. My values as a young person were centered around kindness, respect, and hard work with realistic optimism to achieve my goals. And these characteristics and beliefs have surely helped me in my journey towards becoming a mayor. You know what? The best part about being a counselor is that we come from all walks of life. There is no designated degree or certificate. All you need to be is passionate about your community and interested in making positive changes to your local environment with a time commitment, of course. So I am passionate about both those things. I want to see Greater Shepparton thrive, and it is my privilege to be part of that journey. Local government needs more young councillors. We need to be across every demographic, every culture, and every pocket of our municipality to help us make the best decisions possible for our community. So I encourage all young leaders to become interested in your council, start following council meetings, and be up to date with changes in your region, because we need our young leaders engaged to set up our future. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Paulo Nsubu Gachove, Chair of Future Voices, Nelson Mandela Center, Australia, Shepparton. You are encouraged to participate in the 3rd Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit, Younger People Leading with Optimism Through Pandemic and Beyond. The focus of this year, it is great learning and transforming opportunity. Self-empowerment learning include inspirations and potential development through being an optimistic leader, and lessons based on Nelson Mandela and Gandhi experiences. Developing a career focus through basic knowledge, experiences, optimism in life, network building, enhancing people and other skills, improved understanding of scientific roles, applications and values in life, innovations and work experiences, understanding roles and the work of diplomatic staff and their impacts on nations, familiarizing with self, with the Foreign Affairs Department, DFAT, what it does in Australia, learning through sharing, participation, coaching, mentorship, and interactive dialogues, and the development of global good life living skills and competencies.
What makes you optimistic?
One of my strong grounds for optimism is our work at Future Voices to help younger people have a tolerant, self-building attitudes and values of positive survival. For example, live and let live. It makes the world better for all. It helps people understand the common values of humanity, making life better for minorities and the majority alike. This is the post-COVID-19 pandemic and beyond optimism message to all. Allow me to quote Mandela's optimistic leadership knowledge. Quote, "What accounts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we make to the lives of the others that will determine the significance of the life we lead."
What are the big issues that young leaders need to step up?
Issues include sustainability, achieving sustainable development goals, the environment, equity and fairness, global share of the resources, universal peace for, and indeed learning how to learn from own environment and through each individual's cognitive and metacognitive, affective and motivational learning models. That is learning from experience. With the growing widespread of resources of information technology, the individual's ability using cognitive, metacognitive, affective and motivational learning tools, these do provide a great empowerment routes and pathways towards the individual fitting well in the dynamic and changing post-COVID world that require collective actions, respect of each other, unit of purpose, leading with gratitude, living with positive intents, and life for the others, including inclusions, being ready to make a difference, making contribution to the opportunities and the sacrifices, be forgiving and letting things go, in addition to remaining encouraged and optimistic.
How did your leadership when young set you up for what you're doing today?
Generally, from my childhood, I have been a tireless contributing person, putting others above myself and lived the life for the others. That is sacrificing.
What would a young person study to do what you do?
I encourage the younger people to equip themselves with the above mentioned skills, knowledge, abilities and competences, including continuous learning and a positive engagement with the others where they happen to be living. That's the inclusion, and understanding the others by reflection and empathy. For example, I have studied a number of different things in life, generally aligned with adapting to fitting the changing environment. I undergraduated in accounting, proceeded on in advocacy, proceeded on organization and human resource management and development, becoming a lecturer in this area.
G'day, my name's Matthew Walker. I'm a senior constable at the Shepparton Police Station. My role is a multicultural liaison there. Today, Caitlin's going to ask a few questions.
What makes you an optimistic?
Well, over the past sort of seen the change, I guess. In the past 10 years, I've seen a massive shift towards multiculturalism, gender equality, as well as workplace fairness.
What are the big issues needing young leaders to step up?
Gee, that is an excellent question, and one that probably many people could try and answer. But I guess if you're thinking about tackling issues, you tackle something that you're passionate about, something that you have an interest in. I really like fishing, so if I had something to focus, I'd try and make the waterways around Shepparton a better habitat for those fish. Yeah, so tackle something you're interested in, something that you enjoy. That's probably the easiest way to do something.
How did your leadership when young set you up for what you're doing today?
Growing up, I moved around. I went to 4 different high schools through metro and country areas. I went to schools where there was 3,000 kids. I went to a school where there was 100 kids, and I got to meet heaps of different people throughout that period. Worked and played different areas, like different sports and with different types of leaders. Always enjoyed learning things from them, and also when it was my turn to step up and captain the footy team, I got to do that. Yeah, I guess just being aware that when you make a mistake, that it's not something you should be worried about. It's just something you can learn from.
What would a young person study and do to do what you do?
There's nothing really you have to study in sort of high school and that. Obviously legal studies can help get you a little bit of an understanding in relation to policing, but really at high school, you just finish high school, make sure you don't get in trouble with police, have an interest that's community minded, so if you're doing some volunteer work somewhere, and if you do get a part-time job, have it somewhere where you're doing a bit of customer service. Police cry out for people with customer service skills, and that have a good mindset towards building a better community.
Hi, my name is Chester Elton. I'm coming to you from just outside New York City in the United States. I'm delighted that you've asked me to be a part of your conference, the third conference for the Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit for Refugee and Migrant Youth. That's a lot to remember. You know, I love the theme of young people leading with optimism through the pandemic and beyond, because I think that real leaders do lead with optimism. Now, a little bit about my background. I have a wonderful friend, Adrian Gostick, and for 20 years we've been writing on leadership. In fact, we're ranked in the top 10 leadership gurus in the world. And we just finished a wonderful book that I think plays right into your conference, and it's called Leading with Gratitude. You know, I don't think you can lead with optimism without leading with gratitude. And it's really interesting. I love the questions you've asked me. The one is, what makes me so optimistic? You know what makes me optimistic? Young people like you that are eager to make a difference, that are eager to jump in and solve the problems, whether it be pandemic, whether it be racial inequality, maybe social injustice. Because, you know, the energy and the optimism of youth, you can't replicate that. There's no substitute for enthusiasm. So thank you for your willingness to jump in and get involved. What are the big issues needing young leaders to step up in? Well, I think it's inclusion. I think we need young leaders like you to be loving, to be caring, and to be inclusive, to make sure that no one's left out. You know, whether you're rich or you're poor, you're black or you're white, or whatever color you are, let's make sure that we all remember this, that we're all brothers and sisters, that we're all human, that we all deserve a little bit of happiness in life. And you know, in our research, and this is over 20 years of research in leadership, the greatest leaders that I have ever known assumed positive intent about the people around them. What does that mean? It means that I'm going to assume that you're trying to do a good job, and in trying to do a good job, you might make mistakes, and that's okay. It's okay to make mistakes. We can fix the mistake. You are not the problem. You have a problem. So collectively, let's get together and solve that problem. Let's not assume negative intent. In other words, because, oh, you're from such a place, then you must not be a good person. Let's assume that everybody is a good person until proven wrong. Let's assume positive intent about each other. How did my leadership when I was young set me up for what I do today? You know, my parents, Dalton Elton and Irene Tanner Elton, taught me that the best way to learn to love people, the best way to learn is to serve. And so for 2 years, when I was 19 years old, I served a mission for my church in southern Italy. I didn't get paid for that. In fact, I paid my own way. And my job was to wake up every morning and make somebody else's day a little better. When we serve each other, we learn to love each other. So be of service. It could be as simple as picking up some garbage or visiting some elderly couple or person in the day, writing a little note of encouragement to someone. We can all do these little random acts of kindness every day and learn to serve each other. And I hope you'll incorporate assuming positive intent and random acts of kindness into your leadership. Lastly, what would a young person study to do what you do? I think studying anything and being curious about everything is a great way to prepare yourself to be a leader. I would encourage you to read a lot. I would encourage you to surround yourself with positive people and look for opportunities to serve as an individual and as a group. Well, I have great respect for Nelson Mandela. I had a chance to visit South Africa and visit his cell and learn about his work. And the great thing about what Nelson Mandela did was, even though he was persecuted and he was jailed, when he came out, he forgave. He brought people together and said, the past is the past. Here's where we are. Let's move forward to a positive future. And that's what I hope for you. I hope that you will lead with gratitude, that you will lead with optimism, that you will assume positive intent, that you will fill your day with random acts of kindness, and that you will help us all build a more optimistic and better world. Well, I hope these few words are encouraging to you, because your few words and this conference have been very encouraging for me. Go forth, lead with gratitude, be grateful, be kind, be patient. Take care. Good luck with your conference. Cheers.
Hi, this is my sister Nanda, my dad Michael, and I'm Camilla. And what makes you optimistic?
I find the fact that there are millions of people out there who are old, young, and in the middle, who are ready to take up roles of leadership and make an impact on our world. I find that really, really inspiring.
And somewhat similarly, but with specific focus on your generation, the next generation, I feel really optimistic because I feel that the next generation is not waiting anymore. Is not thinking that they need to learn and grow more before they actually start to make a voice, to take action for themselves. You can see that in the climate marches around the world. And that makes me optimistic. I don't think we have the time to wait for your generation to come around and sort of think that maybe you need to take action. This is the time to take action now. And I see lots of young leaders coming up and making that difference. So that makes me really optimistic.
What are the big issues that need young leaders to step up?
There are many issues around the world at the moment. Not the least of them, of course, is the current crisis of COVID. But I would think that in amongst all the issues, including geopolitics and environment and human rights issues right around the world, is the two most prominent issues that we need to deal with now is bring back balance into our leadership. So there's more feminine wisdom that is driving our decisions collectively and individually, and deal with the climate, the very rapid climate change that we're facing. So I tend to say that if you want to take action in places that are really relevant to our future, it's either in raising the feminine or lowering temperature. I would say these are the prime ones.
How did your leadership when you were young set you up for what you are doing today?
Ever since I was young, I had a sense of looking for justice. When I saw injustice around me, I grew up in a country that had a lot of difficulties and troubles, still does. I always felt when I saw something that was wrong, there was a feeling to it. And it wasn't just a concept that had to come to my head from learning, but there is a sense, an inner sense of justice that I always felt was there. And I think it does exist in every other human being. So I say tuning into your inner sense of what's fair and what's not is a very helpful one as a young leader. Yeah.
what would a young person study and do to become a leader?
Well, I think learning skills that help you become an effective activist is really important. And yeah, that's what I would study and do.
I would suggest that it's less to do with content or with information and more to do with skill sets. For example, emotional intelligence and the ability to continuously learn new things, learning how to learn in a sense. And probably the most important in the context of the activism and the change that we need to see is the ability to bridge over to other people who might not think like you. So learning how to create bridges across diverse opinion, learning how to create movement from within multiple opinions and ideas and approaches to solutions is an important one. And lastly, I would say that what I would call mind fitness or mindfulness, centeredness, the ability of a leader to stay calm and peaceful and being able to bring that sort of peacefulness into any situation and deal with it in a measured way is very useful. Yeah. So thank you from the Bartura family. This is Ananda, Camilla, Michael. We are very excited to contribute this video to the Youth Summit, and we're looking forward to attend soon as well. Bye.
Signing off.
My name is Larissa Feller and I'm the General Manager at Gambina. We are an Aboriginal-led organisation based in Shepparton. Gambina offers support to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and youth actively engaged in education, training and employment. Regardless of background, young people in the Greater Shepparton region have faced significant challenges this year. And it's for this reason that it's even more important for us to send messages of optimism and encouragement. We wanted to say how proud we are of you, of your ability to be so agile in changing circumstances, whether it be the shift to remote learning if you're at school or the reduction in hours at work because of the pandemic. I've been asked to answer a couple of questions. Why am I optimistic? I'm optimistic for this region because we have a beautifully diverse community. If we cultivate respect and share our stories and time, there is so much that can be accomplished. There are great support services out there to help, and there are a lot of like-minded people who love where we live and are willing to support the next generation of leaders coming through. So I encourage you to seek help, ask questions, respect each other and work together. What are the big issues needing young people to step up? Well, you as the young people are the leaders of tomorrow. You can build a community and a future that works for you and your peers, but you have to work together. There are a lot of issues out there that need addressing, and that will call for you to step up. But I would encourage you to explore what is worth the effort. Don't try and tackle everything. Define your personal values and find your purpose or what lights the fire in your belly first, and then set about putting your energy into that issue. If it is something that you're truly passionate about, then it won't seem like any effort at all. How did your leadership when young set you up for what you were doing today? I was a reluctant leader, but one thing that I did do was I observed people and I took every opportunity to learn from those around me. Then doors opened up for me. My advice to you is to work hard, set the standard, and don't waver from what you believe in. And you will be seen as a leader well before you believe you are one yourself. And finally, a lesson learned from Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." At Gambina, we encourage active engagement in formal education, but we also recognise that education comes from the everyday as well. Your family, your friends, your peers, your teachers, your own life experiences, they all offer learning experiences and opportunities. So be open and respectful to learning from those around you in the everyday. Value education as a lifelong journey. Nelson Mandela was a very humble man and he always saw himself as a learner, and that's a great lesson for all of us to learn.
Hello, I'm Ross McPherson, Executive Chairman of the McPherson Media Group based here in Shepparton. We publish a number of newspapers in Northern Victoria, magazines in print and online, and conduct a number of events. I had a mixed career of law and journalism before coming back to the company, which had been run by my family for some 5 generations. My father and my grandfather before him were heavily involved in community affairs, and they believed that it was important for us to give back to the community, which had been very kind to us. And I'm sure they've had an influence on my approach to the community. And one of my community hats is as patron of Fairly Leadership, which I helped establish some 25 years ago. Coincidentally, it was after the community was rebuilding following the last recession we had back in the early 1990s. And that recession proved to be a catalyst for a range of positive initiatives, many of which are still visible today, and Fairly Leadership is one of those. We now have well over 500 Fairly Fellows contributing to their communities in ways that probably wouldn't have happened otherwise. And my guess is that the current COVID crisis and the economic issues and challenges that inevitably will follow will produce a similar sort of, if you like, range of new initiatives, and people will be looking at ways in which they can adapt and do things in more interesting and more efficient ways. Some people are inclined, I think, in times of difficulty to withdraw and blame their circumstances, but the inclination of most of us is to adapt to these changing circumstances. And we know from 6,000 years of recorded history anyway that opportunity always follows difficulty, that recession then is followed by progression, and populist upheaval is usually followed by periods of stability. Back in the Dark Ages and the Black Death in Europe, we saw the flourishing of art and science and literature and education in the period of the Renaissance. That's how history tends to go up and down, as it has for 6,000 years. So how do we make the most of the situation now? I've observed, looking at leadership and a range of leaders over the years, that they all share 2 or 3 common elements. The first and most important is that they have a vision for the cause or the goal or project that they're chasing, if you like. And then they have a degree of focus that stops them getting distracted by other things and concentrating on what that goal is and pursuing it. And they usually have a degree of energy that moves them towards that desired result, that creates action. And those 3 elements seem to be common amongst many, many great leaders. So I don't think leadership itself is that complex. They come in all shapes and sizes. And if you add to those 2 or 3 elements of leadership the golden rule that you treat other people as you like to be treated yourself, you'll have no trouble encouraging and coaxing people to come along with you on your leadership journey. I think it's worth, while you're talking over the next day or so about the great issues facing us not only locally but globally and nationally, such as climate change and alleviating poverty and educational opportunity, that you also give thought to things that you are truly passionate about rather than causes that you think you should be pursuing. Because if you're passionate about it, that's what will get you out of bed and ready for action and move you towards your goal much more quickly. I think another useful thing we can do during this sort of lockdown period is accelerate our learning, not just about your studies, but about life and leadership. And there are really only 2 ways to learn. One's your own experience and the other's other people's experience. With our own experience, it's useful to periodically reflect on how we're building that experience, how we're learning from our mistakes and not repeating them. And some people will have 30 years of valuable experience building on it year after year. And there are other people who have 1 year's experience 30 times, and you don't want to be in that category. So I think there's never been a better time to digest and access and devour other people's experience, because most of the great leaders in the world, and in fact people who have excelled in so many fields of human endeavour, have written books about how they did it. And they're easily accessible. Many are free on the internet. Those published more recently are available at your library and school library. So I think being aware of how you're using your time usefully is part of the key to progressing quickly towards the goals that you want to achieve. And one of those is the distractions provided by mobile devices, which are deliberately designed these days with social media to give us the impression that we're learning and connecting with people, but they're addictive. And you sit down at the end of the day and say, what did I achieve? And I think reflecting on that is a useful check, if you like, to make sure that you're using your time, valuable time, to enrich your mind and spirit, that you're not just spending time reading and learning, but investing in your friendships and your family. And as we move out of lockdown and social movement becomes easier, consider extending your network and investing in mentor relationships and not being afraid to ask people for help. You'll be surprised how many people will help you in your journey if only you ask. So I hope those are some useful thoughts. Best of luck with your summit. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Capp, Head of La Trobe Shepparton Campus, and we're delighted to be supporting the 3rd Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit. Congratulations to everyone involved in this event. What gives me cause for optimism is seeing the wonderful work that's happening in our Shepparton community, with so many people involved in initiatives to make sure that we're all staying safe and well and connected, that people who need additional support are receiving it, and that in general, no one is falling through the cracks during a very difficult and challenging time for all of us. I'm thinking of things like primary school children writing letters to some of our aged care residents who can't receive visitors and are at risk of being quite isolated. I'm thinking of wonderful community organisations like Foodlink, which connects caterers who need work with families who need help to provide meals, and so many other examples of community members taking extraordinary lengths to ensure that our collective health and well-being is as good as it can be. And I find that really inspiring, and it gives me great cause for optimism and hope in the future. As young leaders, you have an opportunity to think about how you want to contribute to the collective health and well-being of your community. I hope you have a fabulous summit. Thank you.
I'm Rebecca Wollstonecroft. I'm the CEO of MB&M, a local business in Shepparton that employs about 40 people. And I've also had some board roles, including the chairperson at Golden Valley Health. What gives me optimism is that people ultimately want others to do well. And there might be some things that get in the way of that sometimes. But I think if we can tap into the reasons for that and that deep-seated belief that things could be improved and they want them to be improved, then I think they can be. And so that's really what gives me optimism. I think the big issues that young leaders need to step up to include some really important ones, such as climate change and a need to do something more, far more than what we've been doing. I think we need to ensure equity of access to the basic things in life, such as health, education, transportation. We need to give everyone equal opportunity to do well. And I think the last thing that needs to be really reconsidered is education and how we educate our young people, because I don't believe that the current system is engaging and rewarding enough for the people within it that they wish to continue on that journey. I was really set up, I think, in my leadership journey from my parents, really, who gave me this value of believing in education, believing in bettering yourself so that you can be independent and a contributor to society. and that contribution comes in a variety of ways, and what those ways are really up to you. And I think therefore they helped me be surrounded by people who encouraged me, and then that set me on a pathway to seek out others who wanted to encourage me and to make sure that I was successful in my endeavours. And ultimately, I think the lesson in all of that is to seek out people who make you feel good about yourself and want you to do well and to push you into being better than you are. So I think that's where the leadership came from when I was a young person. And I guess if you wanted to do what I do, well, really you're going to set yourself up to going off to university. You do a Bachelor of Commerce, and then I became a chartered accountant. And then from there I discovered a love for understanding how organisations worked and how they could be effective, which all centred around leadership. And that was all about reading, lots and lots of reading, and then seeking people out who knew lots more about it than I did, and having really robust conversations about how you make those things a reality in life. So that was the journey for me. I wish you all a great success at your summit.
What makes you optimistic?
Oh, so much! The sunshine, the flowers, my family who are with me here while I'm doing this recording. People, the world, us working together. Together everyone achieves more. The opportunities out there, innovation, being surrounded by amazing people who are doing amazing things.
What are the big issues needing young leaders to step up?
Look, I think young leaders need to be passionate. I think we all need to recognise that, you know, once upon a time we all thought that the government was responsible for making an impact on humanity and for really helping us make the world a better place. But I think now it's really evident that we all have a role to play. We all have a part to play in that, and it's all about us really doing our part to make the world, the planet, humanity better.
How did your leadership when young set you up for what you are doing today?
Wow. So, I mean, I've always had a thirst for learning and a thirst for knowledge, and I think that's a big part. I've always loved people. So I think I run a business community now where we connect businesses who have common interests, and we're all about using profit as a force for good. You know, I was always involved in leadership programs when I was at school. I was involved in lots of drama. I loved acting. I don't know if you can tell. And I loved going in programs and pushing myself and stretching myself and creating opportunities that would allow me to keep improving and be better. So for me, you know, really it's about involving yourself and giving yourself the opportunity, and it doesn't matter if you're chosen or not chosen. It's part of the learning process, and it's just about keep pushing yourself to, you know, be better and keep striving to, you know, make those little continuous improvements in yourself and the people around you.
What would a young person study and do to do what you do?
Well, as I said, I run a business community, and for me, it's all about igniting the passion in someone and believing in them when they don't necessarily believe in themselves. So I first studied teaching, and I worked as a teacher, and I loved it. And for me, a teacher's role is so critical in society. It's all about how do you make kids feel amazing about themselves, finding that absolute, those little gems of strength in them that make them feel amazing and make them feel on top of the universe, like they can achieve anything. And for me, I've just kept that passion going through my business career. It's about believing in people when they don't necessarily believe in themselves, and helping them find their passion and helping direct them and support them in being the best they can be. So thank you so much for involving Symphony 7 in the Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit. We are honoured and thrilled. We think the youth are definitely our future, and we're absolutely thrilled to be involved.
What makes you optimistic?
Hello all, it's Natalie Fung here, CFO of Yarra Valley Water. What makes me optimistic is surrounding myself with people who have a positive view of the future. Optimism is a choice. It's a choice of whether you see the world as an upside or a downside. This pandemic we are facing brings about a whole heap of new opportunities. It's not a matter of survival, it's a matter of thriving. It's not a failure, it is certainly more of a learning. And it's not a challenge, it brings about lots of opportunities. So together we can speak this positive future into existence. And to be successful as a leader today, it really is about surrounding yourself with positive voices. Even better if it's your own.
What are the big issues needing young leaders to step up?
Well, there are many issues for us to tackle. And what I find really helpful are the Sustainable Development Goals, which serve as a reminder really of what's important to us as a human race. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and it kind of acts as a blueprint for me in terms of guiding us towards a better future, a more sustainable future for all of us. And businesses now are having to think beyond just the financials. So they're having to think about the decisions and the choices that they're making and really justifying what value they are creating in an economic, an environmental and a social sense. So Australia is currently ranked 38th of around 162 countries around the world with its progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, and there's certainly more work that can be done. Some of the areas of challenge include the all-important topic of climate change, and we know that there certainly is more that can be done by businesses to contribute towards a much more energy efficient, environmentally friendly, a more sustainable world. And what policies do we need to be able to support that in our country? Then there's the all-important topic of gender equality as well. We know that more diverse voices at the table, having greater women participate and influence in decision making and choices that businesses and organisations make in leadership roles can make a difference. Good for people, good for performance and good for planet. And last but not least in my mind, there is one other area which is important for us at the moment, and that is the topic of responsible consumption and production. It's something that we all as consumers in our everyday lives can influence, and it's something that businesses need to be thinking about when it comes to what they bring to the table.
How did your young leadership set you up for what you are doing today?
Yes, that's a great question. I've always been a bit of a risk taker, so embracing the opportunities and having the breadth of roles in my career has really put me in good stead for where I am today. So, really encourage you to get out there and get some real experience out in industry. And knowing what your purpose is in all of that is super important. Some of the greatest mentors and leaders that I've ever worked for have taught me one thing, and that is that the technical stuff you can always learn, and it's not the technical stuff that really drives success. What it is actually your values, and also understanding why you get out of bed each day. What is your purpose and what do you survive for? And starting out in industry for me was really not a matter of being at my computer each day. It was about getting out and being out in the field. So really like a human sponge. I walked the factory floors to learn where products were made and how they were made. I learned about the supply chain and how it got from the factory through to the table in our household. And also being out in the shop front, listening to customers and staff out, serving the community. So that's all really important because it's like collecting data. When you've got all this insight, you can then step back from it and really make some choices around how can I make things better.
What would a young person study and need to do what you do?
So finance leaders of today have typically come from grassroots business, commerce and accounting degrees. What I would say though in today's world is that leaders actually benefit immensely from real life experiences, and so it's the combination of those education foundations and discipline complemented with those experiences out in industry which really put us in good stead to lead our organisations. And the CFOs of today really are not just about being commercially savvy or financially focused. It really is also about being strategic, being able to be a catalyst and influence different outcomes across the business. And it's something that requires great communication skills and people skills. And so you need to be able to be in a mindset of stepping away from your office and being a business partner to the organisation, having a seat and a voice at the table. But also, importantly, sustainability has to be on the agenda, because investors, shareholders, customers and community, they're demanding something different these days. And it's not just about the profits or the dividends, it really is about what other value are we generating for the environment and society and the community as well. Most importantly in all of that, it's to be true to yourself. So what I found really helpful is to stay human and be authentic in your leadership. If you can be yourself throughout all of this and stay true to your passion and what your values say, then it will put you in great stead.
Good morning and welcome. My name is John Cortese. I'm Principal of Notre Dame College. I thank you for the opportunity of saying a few words in Shepparton's third Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit. I think the theme this time is brilliant. The theme, young people leading with optimism through this pandemic and beyond. And we all need to go and live a life where we're going to challenge ourselves to do a great job as leaders. I was asked what makes me optimistic. I believe that all people have good things in them. I believe that in a crisis, we have a challenge to seek improvement, to do things better personally, and to learn something new. And I also have a belief that in reality, we're going to do things better and things will work out eventually. I was also asked what are the big issues that young leaders are going to face today. There is no doubt that the big issues are going to be around mental health and how we address that, social media, the respect that people have in society, the caring for others and the caring for the environment, and setting goals that are going to make your life better and make the life of the people in the world generally better. How did leadership when I was a young man, how did it help me to become what I am today? And I would say without doubt, the greatest opportunity that I had was that I had great mentors as a young man. They challenged me to try new things. And some of the challenges they threw my way were scary, but they believed that I was capable of doing it. So they had faith in my ability and I gave it a go. And I was supported magnificently by the mentors, whether I succeeded or failed. So be on the lookout for great mentors and have a yes mentality. That means accept challenges that are thrown your way and try your hardest to meet those challenges. And finally, I was asked, as a young person today, what are the things that people need to do? I would say the most important thing that you've got that you need to do is work out what you're passionate about. Work out what you love doing, work out what you like being involved in. And then when you've decided that, go and work really hard to make sure you do the very best that you can in that role. And at all times, seek guidance, seek help. And if you do that, you'll end up realising that you don't work a day in your life. You're just doing something that you're passionate about, that you love, and your life is going to be one glorious life. I wish you well through this summit. I wish you well through life in general. And I ask you to try your hardest at everything that you do. And whenever there comes a little bit of a hurdle, a little bit of a trip up in your way, give it your best shot to overcome it, and you'll find you have a magnificent life. Have a great day. Enjoy life.
Hi, my name is David Card, coming to you from Regis Jesuit High School in Denver, Colorado, USA. I'm honored to give some notes of inspiration for the third annual Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit. What makes me optimistic is my sense of faith, my practice of faith, and really always remembering that we're not alone. That God is with us in all that we do, and we can find God's presence in the people around us if we're willing to be attentive to everything going around us. The big issues that young leaders need to step up to today, we're doing a really good job these days of using our voices. But I think we really need to pause and consider whether we can hear each other. And so right now, for all of us globally, I think the skill of listening is one that we also need to practice attentively and try and break down the things that separate us and look for those things that unite us and remind us of our common humanity. When I was young, the things that really stand out to me in terms of what set me up for leadership is really having identifying people who would mentor me. And I'm not sure it was a formal sort of thing, but I can recall many people in my life that I admired and I wanted to be like. And so I think identifying people in our surroundings that we do admire and that we want to model ourselves after is really important. And to spend some time in conversation with them. I think a lot of adults are really interested in sharing whatever they can with young people to help them strengthen themselves in their leadership skills. But mostly it really is about a strong desire to serve others. And when you can identify somebody who serves others well, whether it's an adult or another young person, that's a person worth getting to know. In terms of what a young person might study in order to do what I do, as a school leader, I think there are lots of things that you can study. But what I really think is most important is that you always engage in things that bring you joy. And it won't be constant joy. There will be difficulties and setbacks along the way. But when we have a deep feeling of joy with the things that we're interested in, that's a sign of our being called in the direction of God. And something that we ought to pursue. And so find that passion that you have and engage with it and stay committed to it. Dedication will deliver you to the place that you're looking to be in terms of your leadership. I hope this conference is a great success. I wish I could be with you, and greetings again from USA.
Hi everyone, my name's David Tennant. I'm the CEO of a not-for-profit community organisation called Family Care that has its main office in Shepparton and provides services across the Goulburn Valley. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. A little bit different this year's Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Forum. We're all getting used to having to communicate remotely, but I suppose it does have the advantage of allowing a lot more people to be involved. So congratulations on choosing to do so, and I hope you have a great day. Rashidi sent me a few questions and suggested that someone here might be able to put them to me, and because we're doing our distancing, I'll read them to myself. What makes me optimistic? That one's pretty easy. It's people like you who make me optimistic, and I think our young people are hardworking, resilient, good-humoured, and I think that sets us up for a fantastic future. So I'm very excited about what your futures will bring to all of us as we tackle some pretty tricky problems. What are the big issues that need young leaders to step up? Maybe answering that, I'll reflect a bit on something that our generation hasn't done a particularly good job of. We no longer are able to talk about difficult problems around the design of policy and proper solutions to support human beings and to support our planet without retreating into our corners and shouting at each other. And it's rare when you take those sorts of polarised views that you get good outcomes. So I think as we hand over the baton, what we need from you to do is to reclaim the opportunity to have respectful, thoughtful debate. You can still be passionate about issues, you can still have very strong views about things, but winning an argument is less important than getting the best outcome. So good luck with that, and I'm sorry we've let you down so poorly. How did my leadership when I was young set me up for what I'm doing today? There are days when I struggle to remember much about my youth, but I guess one reflection I would make is that it was easier to be a young person when I was young. We didn't have social media and all of the different opportunities for being seen and engaging with us 24/7. So, if I was being a teenager and doing something that was a bit goofy, I wouldn't be filmed with an iPhone and potentially have that vision follow me for the rest of my life. That's not to say that it's all about just whether you can hide your foolish moments or not. It's a question of how and when you choose to engage. And I guess one of the most important things that I learned is that being able to have time away, being able to have time to properly reflect on your own views, your own values about what you want is really important. And sometimes you need to do that on your own. So switching off and disconnecting is as important as how well you connect when you do it. What would a young person study and do what I do? Tricky question, that one, because what I studied probably doesn't bear a whole lot of relationship to what I do now. I trained as a lawyer and practiced for a little while, and now I work in the management of a welfare service agency. I guess the message in that is what you choose to do immediately doesn't have to be what you do forever. So if there are things that are interesting to you, that you feel a passion for, or that they fit with your value set, then give them a go. And it's better to have tried something and work out it's not entirely for you than to wonder when you get to my age, what if I'd tried that? So don't feel too locked in, and if you want to try different things, then why not? That's probably enough from me. I just want to wish you all the very best for today, and maybe more importantly, all the very best for coming out of these really weird times that the COVID restrictions represent, and we are all looking forward very much to what your future brings for all of us.
What makes you optimistic?
What makes me optimistic is that I believe that as a society we will get through what's happening at the moment with COVID. I think we'll find a way through, and I think things will work out in the end.
What are the big issues needing young leaders to step up?
Oh, I think the environment, all things around sustainability, around how they choose people to lead them in society. And I think they need to become a lot more aware of these things and to educate themselves so that they can make the right choices for themselves as they get older and older. And that's through education and awareness. Yeah, I think that's what they should be thinking about and focusing on.
How did your leadership when young set you up for what you are doing today?
I think there was a while when I wasn't so leadership focused when I was younger, and then as I got a little bit older, I just became aware of a lot of things, and I just became quite passionate about things that were happening in my school, my university, and my life, and I just learned a lot of stuff. And in doing that, it made me, I suppose, more equipped to take on leadership roles within the businesses that I went into when I was younger, and start my own business then as well. I've had a couple of businesses, so I think my educating myself and raising my own awareness and learning more when I was younger probably set me up for what I'm doing now.
What would a young person have to study and do to do what you do?
I don't know. I think you've got to learn lots of stuff. You have to have a broad education in life to do things more generally. But I would say if you're going to focus on something and hone in on something, make sure it's something that you love and something that matters. And then make it matter for you and for the rest of the world.
Hi, I'm Luke Kerr, Director and Founder of Real Time Learning, and I'm really excited to be attending the Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit 2020 on September 15.
What makes you optimistic?
I think people of all ages connect with and are inspired to want to make a difference. That people are willing to volunteer regardless of the personal cost. That purpose counts for more than money. And that COVID-19 might actually make us all collectively address inequality and strive for inclusion. And closer to home, undergraduate engineers volunteering tirelessly for real-time learning to inspire young people with a passion for STEM. We simply couldn't make the difference without their commitment to volunteering to help out in STEM tinkering workshops that we host in industry and school locations.
What are the big issues needing young leaders to step up?
Oh, definitely things like climate change, poverty, education, health. These all fall under social justice. It's so critical. These are complex problems that require all of our attention. This requires young leaders and old that are more focused on equality and people over profits. And many of these challenges have been clearly articulated in the past by the United Nations and agreed as the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. These goals represent global challenges that present our communities with significant opportunities to make a difference.
How did your leadership when young set you up for what you are doing today?
Well, I had parents and family that invested in me. They were more interested in me connecting with purpose over a career or a title or a position. I was fortunate to be surrounded by elders that cared about me, that were prepared to invest time in me. I was supported in my activism and was surrounded by a community that believed we could make a difference. I learnt the value of hard work, that talent and natural ability is only a small part of the equation. I believe many of us connect with our passions in our early teens. I know I did, but I didn't know I was going to be an educator. But I was still and passionate about innovation and remain a keen learner.
What would a young person study and do to do what you do?
That's a great question, because I don't believe what I've learnt over the last 7 years directing real-time learning could be studied. Lived experience counts for much more than we often attribute. That said, my formal training as a teacher and my work in education has been a valuable experience. Whatever you study, embrace theory and practice. They go together. We learn best by doing. Find mentors that inspire you and challenge you. Pick courses that align with your passion and purpose. I love to network. This takes patience and practice. You have to be curious and stay curious. Step out of your comfort zone often. Read widely and embrace diversity of thought. Continue to learn and embrace unlearning. Whilst an educator at heart, I've always been interested in innovation and entrepreneurship. Running RTL for me is living the dream. I love learning, making a difference, running my own business. I feel very blessed, and my hope is that young and old people that attend the Nelson Mandela Youth Summit connect with their purpose and passion. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to share my views regarding optimism and leadership as part of the forthcoming Nelson Mandela Youth Leadership Summit. What makes me optimistic? A very good question. I like to promote creative and innovative thinking, to think outside the square, to ask what is needed to find solutions rather than what's wrong. I like to view failure or mistakes as an opportunity to learn and make progress. Trial and error life experiments. This has been very much influenced by my background in applied physics before switching to psychology. Great model for leading teams and relationships in general. Also, I believe that good communication and listening creates spontaneity and optimism within teams. It's possible to have fun while pursuing goals within these teams. Makes outcomes great for everybody and the mission. I'm of the view that it helps to have an optimistic view of the future, especially during difficult times, like the one we're enduring right now with COVID. Best not to look at what is happening right now or what's happened in the past, but instead look at the possibility of great things that could happen in the future. Also, I like to use motivating language as much as possible, especially when facing or overcoming adversity. Instill hope within the population, within the people. For example, one of my great mentors, Winston Churchill, I love this speech, "We will fight them on the beaches. We will never surrender." Gee, how much that helped the population during World War II to overcome tyranny. I endeavour to have a success mindset also, to focus on opportunities instead of obstacles. I try to understand what motivates and inspires people to work collaboratively to achieve success. I view negativity and fear respectfully and compassionately, but as inhibitors to success in life. The second question, what are the big issues facing young leaders today? Well, society has become more divided in recent decades as far as I am concerned. Young people need encouragement. Thus, consistent with the ethos of optimism, young leaders need to focus on a vision for an optimistic future for all. Focus on what unites us as humans. I know from my work with post-deployment ADF personnel, Defence Forces, military, how valuable advocate and mentor groups are and how valuable when helping young veterans find their way. These are great models for all young emerging leaders. The third question that I've been asked to consider is, how did my leadership experiences when young help me for my current leadership activities? From about the age of 13 to present time, I have been involved with team sports, and this has been fantastic, a fantastic experience. Lots of mentoring and lots of encouraging conversations and lots of good coaching. This enabled me to work together and lead. Also, working in applied physics prior to shifting to psychology was beneficial in that science projects require absolute teamwork, and most team members are encouraged to perform well throughout experiments, to pursue excellence. Becoming a lecturer was great for my confidence, especially when public speaking. Finally, the final question I've been asked to address today, what would a young person study to do what I do? Well, the most important thing a person can do to be optimistic in life is to pursue work and study that excites their passion. Everyone has an innate actualizing tendency or actualizing optimism. We're born with it. However, it's so easy to be steered in a direction that is not yours, that is not ours. Be prepared to try different experiences to see what is your special resonance, your special optimism. Thank you for your time today.
Hi, it's Sam Birrell, CEO of the Committee for Greater Shepparton. I've been asked to talk about what makes me optimistic and a bit about my leadership journey. I'm optimistic because although we're going through some difficult times with a pandemic and some confusion around the world in terms of leadership and order, we've been through these times before and we have succeeded. In some cases, we've come out better than we have, and the crisis has helped us define who we are as a world. And I look at World War I and the Spanish flu pandemic. We came through those. And World War II, for example, was a terrible crisis last century, but it led to the formation of the United Nations, which has been a positive for human interaction around the world. As far as my own leadership journey, I got involved in community organisations, particularly the Shepparton Arts Festival, and was mentored by many members of the community. I participated in the Fairly Leadership program in 2013, which was a great pivot, a great something that helped me understand the region that I live in better and also understand myself. And then 2 years later, in 2015, I started an MBA at La Trobe University and graduated 3 years later. That was great learnings and helps me to, with the skills, learnings, and ability to research that helps me in my job now. So as far as young people, get involved in community organisations, be prepared to start at the bottom, be open to leadership programs and different leadership programs that help you understand the region that you live in, and consistent education, whether it be university or other further education, but continue to challenge yourself, whether it be understanding new pieces of art, new philosophies, new readings. But that really helps you to move to where you need to be in terms of a thinking person that can push all of us forward. So thanks and good luck for your program.
G'day everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in today to this amazing event. Congratulations to Victor and to Rashidi for pulling this together and all the rest of the team. You've got some amazing speakers, so soak it all up. Young people leading with optimism through the pandemic and beyond. If you've turned up to this, you're already leading, you're already interested. Congratulations, well done. The guys have sent me some questions, so what makes me optimistic? To be honest, kids today make me optimistic. They're so much better, so much more engaged than when I was a kid. People tell you it was better in the old days. That is bullshit. You guys are amazing, and the things that kids are doing now under the pressures that they are under is phenomenal. You know, we have young people coming through in our business, and I can't begin to believe the capability and the careful and considered way they go about their decision making. Next question, what are the big issues needed young leaders to step up? That's a big question, and maybe I'd rephrase that and I'd say at an early stage of your leadership, the thing that you need to worry about most is making sure you've got your foundations right. You know, that you've got your moral compass, you understand your right and wrong, you're sure with yourself, and that you're doing things on a small scale that are right. And then the last thing is putting your hand up for something, for anything, where you're trying out your leadership. You don't have to know anything about it. No leader for the first time when they step out knows what they're doing. So it's about putting your hand up for the first time to try. And as you develop your leadership skills and you become more comfortable with who you are in your own skin and what's right and wrong, and you really need to focus on that. If you focus on those things, forget about the self-promotion and all the other leadership stuff. If you've got that moral compass stuff right, as life goes on, people will seek you out because they know you're solid on that and they will want to hear from you about that. What would a young person study today if they wanted to do what I do? Look, my advice about what you should study is find the thing that you are interested in and follow that with passion. You know, somebody that has chosen a difficult to get into a narrow field, but is the best at it, will have a highly successful and productive life. If you choose the thing that maybe is popular or you think that is the way of the future because that's where the jobs are, but you're not interested in it, it's a waste of your time and capability and capacity. You've got this great opportunity now. Pick the thing you're passionate about, you're interested in, and be the best at that. That will allow you to be the most persuasive. And you can influence a whole range of worldwide things from almost any position. I run the most boring business maybe anywhere. We wash sheets and towels for hospitals and laundries and things like that. I mean, it is the most unsexy business in the world. Having said that, it's given me the chance. We employ 320 people. We've been able to be really involved in multiculturalism. We've been able to be involved in Indigenous affairs. I'm involved in community leadership. So really, I have just followed something I'm interested in, which is running businesses, and that has given me the opportunity. So that would be my advice to you. So listen up today, guys. Enjoy all the great speakers. I'm on Facebook. I'm on LinkedIn. If you ever want to chat about anything more or talk more about what I've done today, get in touch with me and I'm happy to chat.
Hi, I'm Wendy Lovell, the member for Northern Victoria Region, and I'd like to congratulate all of you on participating in the 3rd Nelson Mandela Leadership Summit. Leadership qualities are not something that we're naturally born with, but they are something that can be fostered in people. I was lucky to have the example of really great parents who taught me that if I wanted to live in a good community, I had to contribute to making that place a good community. My parents were leaders in business and community service, and I followed them into business and community service. I was that person on every fundraising committee, the person who advocated to politicians for better services and infrastructure in our town. From there, I progressed to a career in politics, to being the politician who actually made things happen. I've been fortunate to have a really great career and to have the honour of being a minister in government, a position that gives you the opportunity to really make a difference to people's lives. One of the things that I implemented as Housing Minister was a policy to have youth foyers in Victoria. We have one of those here in Greater Shepparton. These are facilities that actually change young people's lives. They give young people who are homeless, who are couch surfing, who are disengaged with education, the opportunity to have stable housing, to re-engage with their education and to build a better life for themselves. And I'm really proud of the achievements of our youth foyers, particularly the one here in Greater Shepparton that has given so many of our young people the opportunity to build a better life for themselves. But we don't only need leaders in politics, we need leaders at all levels of our community. In our sporting groups, our community service, our cultural groups, there are many opportunities to be leaders in Greater Shepparton. And as we come out of this global pandemic caused by COVID-19, there will be lots of opportunities to help our economy recover in Greater Shepparton as well. So we will need many leaders. I'm hoping that from you participating in today's Nelson Mandela Summit, that you will learn some of the skills that will enable you to be one of those leaders that not only helps us to recover from the pandemic, but who also goes on to make Greater Shepparton an even greater place to live. Thank you very much and good luck with the summit.
So I guess the question is, what makes a good leader? Well, in my opinion, the first thing is respect. I think you've got to give respect to the people with whom you're dealing, and in turn, that respect will come back to you. If you've got respect and you include people around you, you're then entitled to ask the questions, sometimes the hard questions, that have got to be asked. And it is in that vein that you will do bigger things for the community. But respect, being involved, seeking other people's advice, seeking other people's opinions. It's very good to take a team approach when you're looking at community and in fact worldwide things such as the climate emergency and the environment problems that we've got at the moment. So I wish you well in the summit. I hope it goes well and stay safe.
Madiba was a moral giant of the 20th century, whose timeless legacy continues to guide us today. The theme of Nelson Mandela's International Day is Take Action, Inspire Change. It highlights the importance of working together, from governments to citizens, to build a peaceful, sustainable and equitable world. We mark this day at a time when the threat of the COVID-19 pandemic endangers everyone, everywhere, and especially the most vulnerable. In the face of these challenges, world leaders need to recognize the vital importance of unity and solidarity. COVID-19 is exposing deep inequalities. We need to fight this pandemic of inequality through a new social contract for a new era. Only together can we fend off the common threat of COVID and recover better. As United Nations marks its 75th anniversary in this fragile time, we reflect on the life and work of Nelson Mandela, who embodied the highest values of the United Nations and took action and inspired change. Despite many years as a prisoner of conscience, Mandela retained his dignity and commitment to his ideals. Let his example propel any government that keeps such prisoners to release them. There should be no prisoners of conscience in the 21st century. Nelson Mandela reminds us that as long as poverty, injustice and gross inequality persist in our world, none of us can truly rest. On this Mandela Day, let us recall that we can and must be part of the quest for a better future of dignity, opportunity and prosperity for all people on a healthy planet.